Chosen one. Listen carefully. Heaven has paused everything around you for this very moment. You are not here by coincidence. This encounter is divine appointment. Something sacred is unfolding in the unseen, and you can feel it in your spirit, that trembling awareness that heaven is preparing to release sudden wealth and favor over the faithful. You are one of them. For too long, you have carried the weight of hidden battles. You have smiled while your spirit was weary, pushed forward while doors remained shut, believed even when nothing around you made sense. Yet, every unseen act of faith has been counted. Every tear that hit the pillow became a seed in God's timeline. You were never forgotten. You were being prepared. Heaven's order often moves opposite to human logic. When you thought you were losing, heaven was planting. When you thought you were being delayed, heaven was developing depth within you. Every disappointment stripped away the excess that could not cross over into your next season. And now, the spiritual ground that once seemed barren is trembling with breakthrough. Listen, chosen one. This is not about money alone. This is about divine positioning. God is setting you up to become a vessel of kingdom impact. You will hold resources not to flaunt, but to fulfill. You will carry wealth not to dominate, but to distribute. The Spirit of God is raising kingdom financiers, men and women whose prosperity will fund the light and silence the darkness. You are part of that remnant. You can sense the shift. The atmosphere is heavy with divine expectancy. The air around you feels charged, as if heaven is leaning in your direction. You've begun to see little signs, random opportunities, unexpected favor, divine ideas dropping into your spirit. These are not coincidences. They are heavenly indicators that the floodgates are creaking open. But there's a call here. Prepare yourself. For when heaven releases sudden blessing, it falls only upon those whose hands are ready to receive. This is your time to cleanse your motives, realign your heart, and silence the noise of fear. God cannot fill a vessel that is already full of anxiety and self-reliance. You must make room for the miraculous. Let the truth of this word take root in your spirit. Nothing about your life is behind schedule. The delay was divine timing, not denial. Heaven never rushes, because perfection does not panic. When it comes, it will come suddenly, effortlessly, undeniably. The wealth that took others years will come to you in moments, because favor shortens time. You've walked through a wilderness of lack, but it was never meant to punish you. It was meant to refine you. The pain trained your perception. The waiting sharpened your discernment. Now, you will recognize the doors that are truly from God, not counterfeits wrapped in glitter. You've matured into a vessel that can handle abundance without arrogance. According to what is revealed in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 8, verse 18. But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth. That is your reminder. Heaven does not give wealth for vanity, but for covenant, a divine exchange between heaven and earth. You are about to witness the tangible manifestation of that covenant in your life. What was once empty will overflow. What was once stagnant will multiply. The Spirit whispers even now, prepare your storehouses. This is not a metaphor, it's an instruction. Set things in order. Finish that task you've been delaying. Position your business, your skill, your faith, your habits. When the river rises, those who built their channels will carry the flow, and those who didn't will drown in disbelief. You are the chosen one because you were willing to be faithful when nothing worked. You prayed when others gave up. You kept sowing. Even when the ground seemed dry, heaven took notice. Your consistency has summoned divine response. So now, rise up, lift your head. Heaven is opening its treasury, and your name is written on the decree. Angels of increase are already on assignment. The moment you believe, you align. If this message burns within your spirit, if you sense that confirmation deep inside, take one simple step of faith, like share and comment the prophetic number 777 below, declaring that you are in divine alignment. And if you haven't yet, subscribe and stay connected, because heaven is not finished speaking. What begins here will unfold in waves. The flood of favor is on its way. Be ready. Be found faithful. Be found expectant. For heaven's release is never late. It is right on divine time. Chosen one, now that your spirit is awake, you begin to feel the divine rhythm of alignment pulsing within you. This is the moment of synchronization between heaven's timeline and your earthly obedience. Everything that once felt scattered is now being pulled into order by the invisible hand of God. The delay was never random, it was choreography. The divine clock has struck, and you are stepping into a sequence that has been set since before your birth. You may not realize it yet, but heaven has been aligning your steps, even when you thought you were lost. Every detour was redirection. Every closed door was protection. Every disappointment was preservation from something that would have distracted you from destiny. What felt like rejection was actually recalibration. Heaven was moving the puzzle pieces into place. Even when you could only see fragments of the picture, the season of confusion is ending. The fog that once clouded your vision is clearing, and the Spirit is giving you discernment to see the hidden hand of God in the details of your life. You will soon look back and understand why certain things didn't happen when you wanted them to. If they had, you would have walked into rooms unprepared, carrying immaturity where wisdom was required. But heaven knew. Heaven waited until your heart was ready, until your spirit matured enough to handle manifestation without misusing it. This alignment is not only about opportunities, it's about frequency. Heaven communicates in divine frequencies. And now, your spirit is tuning to the same channel as God's intention. That's why things that once appealed to you no longer satisfy you. That's why certain conversations now feel too small for your spirit. You are being pulled higher, because heaven cannot release royal inheritance to those still dwelling in the valleys of doubt. Pay attention. Chosen one. Divine alignment often starts with discomfort. The shift can feel unsettling because you're being moved out of familiar patterns into prophetic positions. Old routines will suddenly break. People who were once central may quietly fade. Plans you were sure about will dissolve overnight. Don't panic. This is evidence of divine movement. When heaven begins to rearrange, it removes what no longer fits the design. You are entering what the prophets call a kairos moment, a season where time bends to the will of God. In chronos time, things happen naturally. In kairos time, things happen supernaturally. You will soon experience what feels like years of progress compressed into months. What used to take struggle will now flow effortlessly. The anointing for divine acceleration rests upon those who are aligned. Do not confuse movement with progress. The world runs fast, but often in circles. Alignment is not about speed, it's about direction. God would rather you move one step in obedience than run 1,000 miles in pride. Every obedient step in this season carries exponential reward. Your yes becomes the steering wheel of heaven's favor. The Spirit of God whispers even now, I am aligning my chosen with divine order. I am setting kings in their rightful places and elevating those who have waited in humility. Your alignment is not private, it's prophetic. The earth itself is groaning for those who are rightly positioned to rise. Because when the chosen ones walk in alignment, creation responds with abundance. You may feel the weight of divine pressure. The atmosphere around you is shifting. Your spirit feels stretched. Your mind feels alert in ways it hasn't before. That is not anxiety. It is spiritual sensitivity, increasing. Heaven is fine-tuning your awareness so that you won't miss the next instruction. Every great release requires great focus. Guard your attention like treasure. For distraction is the enemy's favorite weapon against alignment. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 9, No eye has seen, no ear has heard, no mind has conceived what God has prepared for those who love him. This verse is not poetic exaggeration. It is the divine reality of your moment. Heaven has already prepared the table. The plans for your expansion, your wealth, your influence, they are complete in the spiritual realm. The only thing left is your alignment. When your heart, faith, and obedience align with heaven's coordinates, manifestation becomes inevitable. Sometimes, alignement requiert subtraction. The pruning you've experienced, the friendships that ended, the doors that closed, the losses that hurt, all of them were heaven's way of clearing the path. You cannot walk into divine overflow carrying emotional clutter. God removed certain weights, not because he wanted to punish you, but because he wanted to prepare you. Divin alignement requiert divin focus, and focus thrives only in simplicity. Do not mourn what you lost, rejoice for what's being born. What left you made room for what's coming. The oil of your next season will not flow through old skins. Every relationship, every opportunity, every connection that remains in your life after this shaking is covenantal chosen, like you, for the unfolding of heaven's agenda. You will start noticing that your intuition sharpens. The Holy Spirit will quicken your senses. You'll feel nudges, subtle urges to call someone, to step somewhere, to wait, to speak, or to be silent. This is the guidance of alignment. Follow these promptings without hesitation. Delayed obedience is still disobedience. And in this season, timing is everything. The window of divine favor opens and closes with precision as you walk in obedience. Watch how the natural realm begins to cooperate. Emails arrive at the right hour. Meetings align effortlessly. Ideas come in dreams. Doors that were once locked swing open without effort. The hand of God will make visible what was once invisible, not through striving, but through divine synchronization. This is your invitation to trust. Not the kind of trust that waits passively, but the kind that moves with expectation. Trust means walking forward even when you cannot see the full staircase. Because you know the architect of time holds your every step. Heaven rewards faith that acts. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the power of this alignment. It is heaven's signature on your season. You are being written into divine history. Your name etched on the timeline of destiny. Those who mocked your waiting will soon witness your rising. Those who doubted your faith will marvel at your favor. But you will not boast, you will testify. So walk steadily, eyes fixed on heaven. The moment of alignment is not coming, it has already begun. Feel the pull, follow the peace. Heaven is arranging everything around you. And soon, the invisible orchestration will become undeniable manifestation. Chosen one, there was a reason heaven kept you hidden while others were celebrated. There was purpose in the waiting. You were not being ignored, you were being refined. This was your hidden preparation season. The silent forge where the fire of delay became the birthplace of strength. Many prayed for promotion, but few were willing to endure the process that shapes true authority. You, however, stayed when walking away would have been easier. You kept your faith when comfort disappeared. That is why heaven can now trust you with what's next. Every chosen vessel goes through obscurity before glory. David tended sheep before he carried a crown. Joseph was imprisoned before he sat in the palace. Esther was an orphan before she became queen. The hidden years are heaven's training ground, not punishment, but preparation. You've been living through divine conditioning, molded by hardship and tested by time. The pressure you felt was not designed to destroy you, but to produce precision. When nothing seemed to move, God was still moving everything. He was orchestrating growth in the unseen, refining your reactions, disciplining your desires, and deepening your discernment. You were learning patience when the world rushed ahead. You were learning prayer when others relied on people. You were learning to depend on the unseen hand of heaven. And now that foundation will sustain the weight of favor about to fall. Understand this. Chosen one power without process destroys. That is why heaven doesn't promote prematurely. What would have been a blessing would have become a burden if given too soon. Heaven allowed the long nights, the closed doors, the lonely seasons, because God was building something within you that no man could take credit for. Your character was being fortified, your faith being purified. What you gained in secret will soon speak in public. Look back for a moment. Remember the nights when you questioned everything, when you wondered if the promise was just your imagination. Yet even in your lowest moments, grace whispered, "Keep going." And somehow, you did. You survived what was supposed to break you. You prayed through what others ran from. You stood still when storms screamed around you. That resilience was not ordinary, it was divine. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. And then, that is your confirmation. Every test was producing your crown. Every disappointment was forging your destiny. You weren't losing. You were learning the language of heaven: patience, endurance, faith. These are currencies that unlock divine promotion. You now possess what can't be taught in classrooms or bought with money: spiritual maturity. This season taught you to be content without compromise. You learned to praise in pain, to sow even in drought, to worship when nothing made sense. Heaven watched every act of faith. Every moment you chose trust over panic. And now, the training period is ending. The divine examiner has closed the book. Your results are being sealed with heaven's approval. Chosen, 1. The world will soon call you an overnight success, but you and heaven will know better. There was nothing sudden about this. You've been sowing in the dark, weeping in secret, building without applause. The wealth and favor that are about to manifest are simply the visible fruit of invisible obedience. The hidden season also revealed your enemies and disguised your allies. You learned who was with you for convenience and who stood with you in covenant. You saw who celebrated your calling and who envied your potential. But take heart, all of it was revelation, not rejection. God exposed what couldn't walk with you into destiny. The pruning wasn't punishment, it was preparation for promotion. Now, as heaven begins to move, do not despise what you've endured. Do not wish away the wilderness, for it taught you how to survive in storms and thrive in scarcity. You carry wisdom that only the waiting can teach. You now understand that faith is not proven when God says yes, but when He says, wait. You are ready. The silence has done its work. You are standing at the edge of manifestation. And everything you learned in darkness is about to shine through you. Heaven never wastes pain, it recycles it into purpose. You were not buried, you were planted. And now, the soil that once covered you will testify of your growth. Chosen one, look deeper. Even in this quiet moment, heaven is whispering strategies, ideas, divine blueprints. The same way Joseph interpreted dreams in prison, you are being given vision in obscurity. Do not dismiss it. Write it down. Pray over it. For the next season will require wisdom drawn from the hidden one. In this moment, the Spirit invites you to make a declaration, not long, not complicated, but pure and prophetic. Type it in faith. I hear you, Lord. And these 4 words are not mere text, they are covenant. When you say them, heaven records it as agreement. You are declaring that you recognize the divine preparation behind your pain. You are saying, I understand now. God, you were never silent, you were shaping me. Those who type these words align their faith with heaven's timeline. It is an act of surrender, a confession of awareness. You see, the moment you acknowledge that you've been in preparation, the season shifts from waiting to walking. Heaven only promotes those who have learned to discern divine timing. Saying, I hear you, Lord, is not just acceptance, it is activation. It signals that the training has succeeded, that you have become the vessel heaven intended all along. Now, let peace settle in your spirit. You no longer need to force doors open. The right doors will recognize your knock. You no longer need to prove your worth. The evidence of divine favor will speak louder than any words. You will carry an ease that confuses those who still strive in their own strength. Remember, the ones who rise the fastest are often the ones who bowed the longest. The season of kneeling is over. The season of standing begins. Heaven will now amplify the sound of your obedience. Every seed of endurance you planted is about to return, multiplied. So breathe, rest, trust the divine timing that governs your life. The hidden season has done its work. You are ready to be revealed, refined, radiant, and ready for the release that heaven promised. Chosen one, the air around you is changing again. You feel it in your spirit, that subtle but undeniable tension that comes before breakthrough. You are standing in the space between preparation and overflow, and heaven is watching closely. This is the test before the release. the sacred evaluation that measures whether your heart can handle what your hands are about to hold. Every divine promise comes with a proving. Before the crown, there is always the cross. Before the promotion, there is purification. This moment is not punishment. It is the final assessment before heaven signs off on your next chapter. It is not meant to destroy you. It is designed to confirm you. The test reveals whether your faith is mature enough to carry divine favor without breaking under the weight of blessing. You've already endured storms, silence, and waiting. But this test feels different, doesn't it? It's not external, it's internal. It's not about what's happening around you, but what's rising within you. Heaven is testing your motives, your endurance, and your trust. Will you still believe when you cannot trace God's hand? Will you still praise when the promise seems delayed one more time? This test doesn't come with warning. It comes in the form of sudden frustration, unexpected challenge, or a door that seems to close just when you thought you were ready to walk through it. The temptation will be to complain or to give up. But do not. Heaven is not mocking your faith. Heaven is measuring it. The greater the glory, the deeper the proving. Chosen one. The weight of blessing can crush anyone who has not been trained by waiting. That is why you faced so many repeated lessons. When you thought the cycle was over, another test appeared, not because you failed, but because heaven was strengthening you. You were being upgraded from endurance to authority. Each time you stayed faithful in the fire, you earned spiritual currency. Your current test may look like disappointment. A plan didn't work. A relationship shifted. A door that looked divine suddenly shut. But heaven often hides protection inside what feels like rejection. You are not losing ground. You are being guided around traps you cannot yet see. This is what it means to be chosen. The path is narrow because the destination is sacred. The prophet Jeremiah once recorded the divine voice in the scrolls of wisdom, chapter 17, verse 10. I, the Lord, search the heart and examine the mind, to reward each person according to their conduct, according to what their deeds deserve. And that is what's happening right now. Your heart is being searched, not to expose weakness, but to reveal readiness. Heaven is confirming your capacity. The Spirit of God does not want to bless you with something that your character cannot sustain. When God gives, He wants the gift to remain. Sometimes, the test will appear as silence from heaven. You will pray and hear nothing. You will look for signs and find none. Yet, silence is not absence. Silence is the sound of trust being developed. The teacher is always silent during the final exam. You already have what you need within you. The Spirit has prepared you. All that's left is to demonstrate that trust. Unshaken. In these testing moments, heaven observes three things: your speech, your patience, and your focus. When things don't go your way, do you speak faith or frustration? When timing stretches longer than expected, do you wait in peace or in panic? When distractions appear, do you stay centered on the promise or drift into doubt? Each of these small responses is a spiritual key that either opens or closes doors in the unseen. Beloved, remember this: blessings have weight. Wealth has gravity. Favor has responsibility. If your spirit is not grounded in humility, abundance can uproot you. That's why the test presses on the areas you least expect: pride, control, fear, Entitlement. Heaven loves you too much to give you promotion that will crush you. Think of Joseph again. Before he wore Pharaoh's ring, he wore chains in prison. Before David ruled Israel, he ran from Saul. Before Jesus stepped into resurrection, he endured the cross. The greater the destiny, the greater the testing, you are walking the same ancient path of refinement, the one carved by every anointed soul who carried heaven's purpose on earth. You may ask, when will this end? The answer, when heaven sees that you no longer need to see. When your faith becomes obedience even without clarity, the test completes itself. When you can bless God without bargaining, when you can trust Him without timelines, heaven declares, they are ready. Oh, and here is the paradox. The moment you surrender completely is the same moment heaven releases completely. The test does not end by trying harder, it ends by trusting deeper. Every test of faith is really a test of trust. You are being asked, do you still believe that God is good, even when nothing looks good? This is the narrow passage between promise and fulfillment. Those who pass through it emerge unshakable. The test is heaven's filter. It separates the impatient from the prepared, the ambitious from the anointed. You, chosen one, are among the few who will pass through refined, radiant, ready. Soon, the silence will break. The test will shift into testimony. The same area where you felt resistance will become the stage of revelation. Heaven is not cruel. Heaven is precise. Every trial has been measured to fit your strength, not to exceed it. What feels like breaking is actually shaping. When the release comes, and it will, you'll look back and see how everything made sense. The pain will seem purposeful. The delay will appear divine. And you will realize that the test wasn't about what God could do, it was about who you would become. Hold steady. Chosen one. Do not complain in the proving. Do not question the silence. This is not the end, it is the moment before manifestation. The same God who brought you here will not abandon you now. The gold is almost pure, the vessel is almost ready. Heaven watches as you pass through fire that no longer burns you, because you've learned how to carry light within it. Soon, the testing ground will transform into holy ground, and what was once your trial will become your triumph. Chosen one, you are standing at the edge of a great breaking. The winds of heaven are blowing, and with them comes the call to break the spirit of lack, not just financial lack, but the lack of vision, faith, and self-worth that has tried to bury your divine identity. Poverty begins in the mind long before it ever touches the wallet. It is a chain woven by fear, tightened by doubt, and disguised as humility. But heaven is whispering now, enough. You were not born to survive from moment to moment, scraping through life as though grace were in short supply. You were designed to overflow, to carry such peace, such favor, such abundance that your life itself becomes a river of provision for others. The enemy has long used lack as a weapon not only to starve bodies, but to starve purpose, because a person too busy surviving rarely has the strength to dream. Look back at your life. Can you see the pattern? Every time you were close to stepping into overflow, something fear, guilt, distraction pulled you back into scarcity, thinking, you told yourself, maybe I don't deserve more. You minimized your vision to match your surroundings. You made yourself small to stay acceptable. But heaven never told you to shrink. Heaven told you to shine. Beloved, this breaking begins inside you. It begins when you choose to see yourself as heaven sees you, not as a beggar at the gate, but as an heir in the house. You are not outside looking in, you are seated at the table of divine inheritance. There is no shortage in the kingdom, only in the mind that refuses to believe it. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 16, verse 4. Then the Lord said to Moses, I will rain down bread from heaven for you. The people are to go out each day and gather enough for that day. 1. That was not just history, it was prophecy. God still rains down provision. The problem is not the lack of manna, it is that many have stopped looking up to receive it. You, chosen one, are being called to look again. Expect again. Believe again. The breaking of lack is like cracking old clay to reveal hidden gold. You will feel the tremors within resistance. Emotion. Even tears. That is the sound of strongholds collapsing. You are being rewritten from the inside out. Heaven is removing the language of not enough from your tongue and teaching you the vocabulary of abundance. To break the spirit of lack, you must first confront the lies it taught you. It told you that giving depletes, but in heaven's economy, giving multiplies. It told you that others' success means less for you, but in God's system, favor expands with faith. It told you that prosperity is pride, yet in truth, prosperity is praise in visible form, evidence that heaven keeps its word. Start to see your resources as seeds, not as limits. Every time you bless, share, solve, or give, you are replanting into eternity. A seed that leaves your hand never leaves your life. It enters the soil of divine multiplication. You become a river instead of a reservoir. Rivers never run dry because they keep flowing. And chosen one. That flow is not just material, it's spiritual. When you lift another, heaven lifts you. When you support what feeds your soul, heaven enlarges your territory. That is why the act of giving, of sowing into divine work, is sacred. It is your way of saying, I trust the source more than the supply. Mate, if these words stir something inside you, if you feel the shift, that trembling recognition that this message is not mere motivation but confirmation, then I ask you to flow with heaven. Support the voice that is pouring into your spirit. Like, share, and subscribe, not as routine gestures, but as ripples of obedience. When you share light, you multiply it. When you sow into light, you become part of the miracle it carries. And if you feel led only if your spirit confirms it, you may donate as an act of agreement with this message, not out of pressure, but out of partnership. Think of it like watering a tree that feeds you. You're not paying for shade. You're ensuring that others can rest beneath its branches too. Heaven sees that. The seed you plant today will return as streams in your own desert. Do you see it now? The chain of lack breaks when you stop clutching and start releasing. The moment your hand opens, both to give and to receive, heaven fills it with something greater. The river cannot flow through a clenched fist. This is your reintroduction to abundance, not the shallow glitter of greed, but the sacred rhythm of divine supply. You will live in a cycle of pouring and replenishing, of sowing and reaping, of blessing and being blessed. You will walk through life knowing that no matter how much you release, heaven's reservoir is deeper still. Chosen one. Breathe. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are simply in the moment when heaven is breaking the old to release the new. Every act of generosity, every seed of faith, every step of trust, these are your hammers against the walls of lack. Soon, they will crumble completely. So, stand tall. The God who rained manna still reigns today. The same voice that called provision out of the sky is calling abundance into your life. Let it flow through you, not stop at you. Be the evidence that lack has no authority over a surrendered heart. You are not a victim of shortage. You are a vessel of supply. The spirit of lack has been broken, and now, heaven's abundance can finally breathe through you. Chosen one. Can you feel it? The shift in the air, the gentle tremor in your spirit, the sense that something ancient and divine has begun to move. Heaven's economy is awakening. And you, yes, you have been marked to receive the first wave of what prophets call the divine wealth transfer. This is not imagination, not wishful thinking, not coincidence. It is divine orchestration. For generations, there have been hidden vaults, resources, opportunities, inheritances reserved by heaven for the faithful remnant. These treasures are not just money or material gain. They are ideas, influence, and supernatural favor that will establish heaven's plans on earth. You have been positioned for this very moment. When God begins to place wealth into the hands of those whose hearts are pure enough to steward it, this transfer does not come to the greedy, it comes to the obedient. Heaven never funds selfishness, but it richly supplies purpose. You are not being enriched for comfort. You are being equipped for calling. You are not being crowned to boast. You are being commissioned to build. Every act of humility you have shown, every seed you have sown, every tear you have prayed into the soil, all of it has summoned this moment of release. Chosen one. Wealth in the kingdom is not measured in currency. It is measured in capacity. Heaven fills the vessel that stays open. You must now expand your expectation, because small thinking repels divine supply. Stop imagining yourself as someone trying to survive. See yourself as someone sent to supply. God cannot pour abundance into a mind still addicted to limitation. This moment, right now, is the beginning of redistribution. The Spirit has whispered to many, prepare your storehouses. Hidden ideas are being unlocked. Unexpected connections are forming. Projects thought dead are reviving. You are being written into transactions of heaven that no human could arrange. You are stepping into divine flow, sudden, supernatural, and unstoppable. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 6, verse 38, "Give, and it will be given to you, a good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. For with the measure you use, it will be measured to you." Well, that is not just instruction, it is activation. Heaven's economy responds to generosity. You are now entering a realm where giving and receiving are the same motion, where release becomes the rhythm of increase. You cannot outgive the source. The divine wealth transfer is not about sudden luck, it is about sudden alignment. Heaven cannot release what earth cannot receive. This is why your preparation was necessary. You had to be healed of jealousy before holding abundance. You had to be purified of pride before carrying prosperity. You had to learn that giving is not losing, but investing into eternity. There is also a supernatural justice being released. Heaven is restoring what was stolen not only from your bank account, but from your bloodline. Generations before you faced cycles of lack, debt, and limitation. But you were chosen to break it. The curse ends with you. You will see the wealth of the unjust systems redirected toward divine purposes. The same favor that once rested on Pharaoh's house will now rest on yours, but this time it will serve freedom, not bondage. Do you feel that stirring, that subtle awareness that God is preparing you to handle more? It's not greed, it's readiness. Heaven is entrusting you with overflow because you have proven faithful with little. You are being positioned in business, in art, in leadership, in influence, not for fame, but for impact. The divine ledger is open, and your name is written among those chosen to carry the transfer. But remember, chosen one, divine wealth carry, divine responsibility. It is not simply for acquisition, but distribution. You are called to fund what glorifies God, to feed, to build, to empower, to heal. When you walk in abundance, you represent the character of a generous father. That is why you cannot treat this as an ordinary blessing. It is a holy assignment. Even now, unseen forces are shifting around you. Systems are being rearranged. People are being moved. Paperwork is being signed. Land, contracts, investments, and creative ideas all being redirected toward those who carry heaven's purpose. You are one of them. Don't be surprised when something that seemed out of reach suddenly reaches for you. That is the movement of divine redistribution. When the world trembles under economic instability, the kingdom thrives. Heaven's supply does not depend on markets. It flows from mercy. While others hoard in fear, you will release in faith and watch the miraculous multiply in your hands. That is how the chosen ones rise, not by striving, but by trusting. The transfer will come in layers, some instant, some progressive. For some, an unexpected opportunity will unlock overnight. For others, a divine idea will birth consistent provision. However it arrives, it will carry the signature of heaven. No sorrow added to it. Only peace and purpose. Chosen one. This word comes with confirmation. Heaven is calling those who believe this message to act prophetically, to declare alignment with divine increase. If your spirit resonates with what you've just read, then make this simple but powerful declaration in the comments right now. 888. 8 is the number of new beginnings, and when heaven triples it, it means accelerated abundance, multiplied without measure. When you type that number, do it, not as superstition, but as agreement. You are saying, I receive my new beginning. I align with divine abundance. I will be a channel, not a container. Learn and know this. Heaven recognizes symbolic acts of faith. When you move, heaven mirrors. When you declare, heaven delivers. You are not typing digits. You are activating destiny. Breathe deeply. Chosen one. The air has shifted. The hand of provision is extended toward you. You are not waiting for wealth. Wealth has been waiting for you to believe. Chosen one. Now that the winds of divine transfer have begun to stir, you must understand the key that keeps them flowing. Obedience. You have heard heaven speak, and now heaven watches how you respond. The wealth, the favor, the opportunities, they are not simply rewards, they are responses. God responds to obedience faster than he responds to prayer. Prayer moves his heart, but obedience moves his hand. Every instruction heaven gives is a doorway disguised as discipline. You are being asked to obey in details that seem small, yet they carry the weight of destiny. The voice that once whispered comfort now whispers commands. Go there. Wait here. Release that. Speak now. Heaven's instructions rarely come with explanations, but always with intention. Obedience is the invisible bridge between revelation and manifestation. Think of Abraham, who left everything familiar because of a voice. No map, no guarantee, no visible promise, only trust. That same spirit now calls you into movement, asking not for understanding, but for faith. You are being trained to obey beyond comfort, beyond logic, for every step you take in faith. Heaven unveils another portion of the plan. The path unfolds as you walk it. Not before. Chosen one. Obedience is heaven's currency. You cannot buy it with effort, nor substitute it with emotion. The Spirit does not reward your intensity. He rewards your alignment. There are many who shout their faith, but whisper their obedience. But in this hour, the true chosen ones will be known not by noise, but by submission. The loudest declaration of faith is quiet obedience in secret. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 7, verse 23. But I gave them this command, obey me, and I will be your God, and you will be my people. Walk in obedience to all I command you, that it may go well with you. And this is the heartbeat of heaven. Prosperity is not hidden in hard work. It is hidden in holy obedience. The world teaches hustle. Heaven teaches heeding. The world says, push harder. Heaven says, listen deeper. When you follow divine direction, you move at the rhythm of grace, not grind. You accomplish more in moments of obedience than others do, in years of striving. You may be tempted to measure obedience by comfort, but that is the wrong scale. The right step often feels heavy because it stretches your faith. The path of obedience rarely feels easy. It feels sacred. It pulls you from the shallow into the deep, from control into trust. It asks you to give when you want to guard, to move when you want to pause, to forgive when you want to hold grudges. Each act of obedience weakens the hold of pride and strengthens your spiritual authority. Understand this mystery. Obedience multiplies favor. When heaven can trust your yes, heaven sends increase. God never blesses rebellion. Blessing flows only through the channel of surrender. The moment you say, I will obey, even if I don't understand, the atmosphere around you changes. The unseen begins to move in your favor. The obstacles that once resisted you begin to yield. Your obedience also affects generations. Every step you take in faith writes a new chapter for your bloodline. Where your ancestors struggled with cycles of fear, you will establish faith. Where they battled poverty, you will birth provision. Heaven is not just blessing you, it is resetting your lineage through your obedience. You are breaking the curses of complacency by choosing conviction. You might not hear applause. You might not get instant confirmation. Yet in the invisible, heaven records every moment. You choose trust over control. Angels take note when you obey without evidence. It is not wasted. It is worship. Every time you act in faith, you are building a memorial before God. a spiritual monument that will speak on your behalf in future seasons. Obedience also refines your hearing. The more you listen, the clearer the voice becomes. The less you resist, the stronger your discernment grows. Many ask to hear from God, but few realize that hearing and heeding are the same breath. Revelation does not increase until obedience is complete. When you follow the last instruction, heaven releases the next. You are entering a stage where partial obedience will no longer suffice. This is not a time to hesitate. Half faith opens no door. Heaven moves in the presence of full surrender. Remember, delay is often disobedience in disguise. If God says, move, move. If He says, wait, wait. The precision of your obedience determines the accuracy of your breakthrough. And obedience, beloved, is not limited to dramatic acts. Sometimes it means resting when your flesh wants to strive. Sometimes it means closing your mouth when you want to argue. Sometimes it means giving away what you wanted to keep. It can look ordinary to the world, but extraordinary in heaven's eyes. God measures hearts, not headlines. There will be moments when obedience isolates you. People may not understand why you walk away from certain things, why you decline opportunities that seem good, why you change direction when logic says, stay the course. But you are not called to explain obedience. You are called to embody it. Those who misunderstand you now will one day see that it was divine wisdom all along. Chosen one. When you live by obedience, your life becomes a flowing testimony. The Spirit begins to trust you with secrets, giving you glimpses of things that others only dream about. You will sense instructions before circumstances shift. You will walk into places that open just because you showed up in faith. You will speak words that carry creative power because they were birthed from alignment, not ambition. Do not worry about outcomes. Heaven handles outcomes. You handle obedience. What feels like loss now will become laughter later. The small step you take today could unlock a destiny door generations will walk through. This is the divine rhythm, the quiet power of simple obedience leading to supernatural abundance. So walk in peace, knowing that each yes is another seed planted in eternal soil. The harvest will come, and when it does, it will not just bless you, it will overflow to everyone connected to your name. Chosen one. Keep listening, keep moving, keep obeying. For the fragrance of obedience is the aroma heaven cannot resist. Chosen one. As the light of obedience begins to steady within you, heaven now expands your vision beyond personal provision. You are not just being blessed, you are being entrusted. The abundance that begins to flow through your life carries a divine assignment. You are called to become a steward of the overflow, one who understands that everything heaven releases is both gift and responsibility. True wealth in the kingdom has always been measured by what you can manage for heaven's purpose, not what you can keep for yourself. The world measures worth by accumulation, but heaven measures it by administration. You are not an owner, you are a custodian. The resources that come into your hands are seeds meant to be planted, not trophies to be displayed. The Spirit of God is training you in the discipline of stewardship. This means understanding the rhythm of both giving and guarding. Some blessings will be meant to share, others must be protected until their appointed time. To steward well, you must discern the difference. Wisdom is knowing when to pour out and when to preserve. The ancient words recorded in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 9. Declare, honor the Lord with your wealth, with the first fruits of all your crops. Oh, look at how the ocean behaves. It receives endlessly, yet never overflows, because it always gives back to the sky through vapor. That is stewardship. The ocean holds but does not hoard. It receives to release, and so it remains full. You are called to live the same way, open, balanced, and aware that you are part of a sacred circulation of grace. Stewardship is also about structure. You must learn to organize your blessings as much as you celebrate them. Heaven cannot entrust what you will mismanage. The Spirit will teach you to budget time, talent, and treasure not as burdens, but as building materials for your next level. There is a divine order in how heaven multiplies. First comes principle, then promotion. Chosen one. To be a steward means living with clean motives. You are not chasing wealth, you are channeling it. The more you release greed, the easier heaven's resources flow through you. That is why some doors didn't open earlier. Your heart was still learning how to hold without clutching. But now, heaven sees that your motives have matured. You will notice that as you grow in stewardship, fear begins to fade. Fear of loss, fear of not enough, fear of running out. All of it dissolves in the presence of trust. You start to realize that you are not sustaining yourself. You are being sustained. And as long as you walk in that awareness, nothing heaven assigns to you can be taken by man. There will be times when God asks you to release something precious, money, opportunity, or even comfort, not because he wants to deprive you, but because he wants to prove that he can refill what you surrender. Every time you release by faith, heaven refills by promise. The jar of oil never runs dry in the hands of a faithful steward. Stewardship also means guarding your atmosphere. Wealth is not only financial, it is spiritual and emotional. Protect your peace as carefully as you manage your income. Guard your joy like a treasure chest, because joy is currency in heaven's economy. When you remain joyful, you remain fruitful. Negativity drains, but gratitude multiplies. Remember the parable of the talents. The master did not reward the one who buried what he was given. Heaven blesses those who build. To hide your gifts out of fear is to disrespect the one who trusted you with them. Every resource, every skill, every revelation is meant to produce more, not for vanity, but for victory. You are being called to manage both overflow and obedience in balance. When the blessings begin to multiply, pride will try to whisper that you did it alone. Silence that lie quickly. Pride blocks the flow. Humility keeps it moving. Each time you give thanks, you make room for increase. Each time you give glory to God, the heavens respond with favor. In your stewardship, learn to see people as part of your assignment. Heaven often delivers resources through relationships. The person you help today may hold the key to your next door. Never despise small acts of service. They are seeds in disguise. You cannot serve others and remain empty. Heaven always replenishes those who pour with sincerity. Chosen one. The Spirit is also reminding you to steward revelation itself. What heaven speaks to you in quiet places is not always meant to be shared immediately. Some words must mature before they are released. A true steward guards prophecy until its season of birth. Speak when instructed, act when prompted, and remain silent when heaven says, wait. This is how the wise preserve divine secrets until the moment of impact. The time is near when what you manage will multiply. Your name will be whispered in rooms you've never entered, and your influence will reach beyond what you can measure. When that happens, remember this section. Remember that stewardship is the sign of maturity. Heaven will continue to trust you only if you remain trustworthy. Hold everything you have with open hands. Nothing is truly yours until you can give it away. That is the paradox of divine prosperity. The tighter you hold, the faster it slips away. The more freely you give, the more heaven replenishes. So live as the ocean does, deep, steady, giving and receiving in equal measure. Let gratitude be your anchor and wisdom your compass. For you are not just a receiver of wealth, you are a carrier of divine order. Chosen one. Something holy begins to rise within you. Now, the awareness that your hands are no longer ordinary. You carry what heaven calls the mantle of multiplication. This is more than a blessing, it is a divine function. Everything you touch in faith begins to grow. Everything you release in obedience begins to expand. The days of striving are fading. The days of divine efficiency are here. You will notice this shift not in noise, but in quiet evidence. Small ideas will begin to produce great outcomes. Modest beginnings will lead to massive results. People will ask, "How did this happen so fast?" And you will know it wasn't speed. It was supernatural acceleration. Heaven is multiplying your seed, not just in numbers, but in influence, impact, and legacy. Multiplication is the nature of the kingdom. From the first word of creation, God has been multiplying light out of darkness, life out of emptiness, hope out of despair. And now, that same creative power rests upon you. The time of scarcity has expired. What you hold, no matter how little, will stretch beyond logic. What once failed will flourish, because heaven has breathed on it. Chosen one. Remember the story of the boy with the 5 loaves and 2 fish. It wasn't the size of his offering that moved heaven, it was the sincerity of his surrender. Multiplication always begins with release. What leaves your hand does not leave your life. It enters the field of divine increase. Heaven cannot multiply what you refuse to place on the altar. Scripture says in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 14, verse 19, "And taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, he looked up to heaven and gave thanks." Do not underestimate the power of your words. The tongue of the chosen one is a multiplier. What you declare in faith expands reality. If you keep speaking lack, lack will grow. But if you speak life, increase will respond. The atmosphere around you listens to your confession. Heaven gave you authority, not just to endure, but to expand. Multiplication also works through unity. When like-minded souls align with heaven's vision, their combined faith produces exponential results. You are never meant to multiply alone. The same way iron sharpens iron, faith activates faith. When you agree with another chosen one in purpose, the heavens record that agreement as an open portal of blessing. Chosen one. Understand that the mantle you carry is not just financial. It multiplies joy, peace, revelation, creativity, healing. When you walk into a room, the energy shifts not because of who you are, but because of what walks with you. You carry divine increase as atmosphere. Everything around you begins to align with abundance. Yet, with great multiplication comes great discernment. Not everything or everyone can go where you are going. Some will see your growth and mistake it for greed. Others will try to attach themselves without carrying the same oil. You must learn to multiply wisely. True increase preserves purpose, not pride. Be careful not to confuse expansion with excess. Heaven expands through order, not chaos. In your hands, God places seed ideas, time, opportunity. Your responsibility is not to question their size, but to plant them. Heaven's responsibility is to make them grow. Multiplication belongs to God, but participation belongs to you. When you work, God multiplies. When you rest in faith, He sustains. Look closely at your life, the patterns of favor that have quietly unfolded, the connections that seemed random but now make sense, the skill you gained in hardship that's suddenly useful. These are proofs that the mantle has already begun to operate. Heaven has been multiplying behind the scenes long before you noticed. Still, there will be moments when multiplication comes wrapped in breaking. The bread had to be broken before it could feed the multitude. Sometimes your own breaking is what releases blessing to others. Don't despise the breaking. It's not destruction. It's distribution. God breaks what He intends to spread. Chosen one. Multiplication begins when gratitude becomes your default posture. When you thank God for what's left instead of crying over what's lost, Heaven multiplies it. Thanksgiving invites multiplication because it proves you trust the giver, not the gift. The moment gratitude leaves your lips, increase begins to move toward you. Now, let this truth settle into your heart. You are no longer under the law of subtraction. The curse of decrease has been lifted. You have entered the realm of divine mathematics, where 5 becomes 50, where little becomes limitless, where lack transforms into legacy. And as you read these words, Heaven leans closer, listening for your response. If your spirit bears witness, if you feel that spark of confirmation rising, then make a prophetic declaration right now. Comment these 3 words. I choose growth. When you type them, understand what you're declaring. You're not just agreeing with a message. You are aligning with a mantle. You are saying, I will not shrink in fear. I will not bury my seed. I will grow. I will expand. I will multiply. Heaven hears declarations of faith. These are not empty words. They are signatures on spiritual contracts. When you declare growth, Heaven begins to water what you've sown. Angels of increase are released, and divine acceleration begins. Chosen one. Your season of stretching has produced the soil for expansion. You are the field Heaven has been waiting to plant in. From this point on, everything connected to you will carry the fragrance of fruitfulness. Walk gently, yet confidently. The mantle of multiplication rests on your life. What you bless will bloom. What you build will expand. What you touch will transform. Chosen one. Look around you. Can you feel it? Doors that were once sealed shut are trembling on their hinges. The sound you hear in the spirit is the echo of doors only faith can open. These are not ordinary doors made of wood or metal. These are divine thresholds, gateways of destiny, guarded by timing, trust, and obedience. No human hand, no connection, no clever plan can unlock them. Only faith, pure, surrendered. Unshakable faith carries the key. Heaven has been watching your endurance. You have knocked without quitting, You have prayed without proof. You have kept believing when silence stretched into years. And now, those persistent prayers are resonating in heaven's chamber. The Lord is rising from his throne, reaching for the keys of promise with your name engraved upon them. You must understand this truth. Some doors are not open to you. They are opened for others through you. When you walk through, you become a passageway for generations behind you. Faith does not just build a future, it builds a legacy. The voice of God thunders softly through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 37, verse 5. Commit your way to the Lord. Trust in him, and he will act. Think of faith as light. When light hits a locked door, it doesn't pick the lock, it transforms the keyhole. It reshapes reality. It tells matter itself to move. That is what true faith does. It bends the natural toward the supernatural. Faith speaks to walls until they start remembering they were meant to fall. Chosen one. Sometimes God will lead you to a door and tell you to stand still, not to knock harder, but to listen, because the greatest keys are not in your hands, they are in your heart. Faith begins as stillness before it becomes motion. You have learned to run in faith, but now heaven is teaching you to wait in it. Waiting is not weakness, it is worship in disguise. There are also doors that will not open until you release what is in your grip. Faith is not proven by holding, it's proven by letting go. The hand that clings to fear cannot turn the handle of favor. You must travel light into new seasons. Some relationships, habits, even old versions of yourself cannot cross this threshold. The door to destiny is narrow, only truth can pass through. When that door finally opens, step through it with reverence. Don't rush. Don't boast. Remember, faith may open the door, but humility keeps it open. The light that leads you in will also guide your steps through unfamiliar hallways. You may notice new opportunities forming around you, invitations, partnerships, open windows that feel too perfect to be random. They are not random. They are heaven's fingerprints. Yet discernement remain vital. Not every open door is divine. Some are distractions dressed in opportunity. Ask the Spirit for confirmation before you move. When the door is truly from heaven, peace will precede it like a soft wind before rain. Now, let's speak plainly. Heart to heart. This message you are hearing, this voice that calls to your spirit, it isn't entertainment. It's nourishment for your faith, like rain to dry ground. It's meant to awaken something in you. And if these words have stirred something deep, then help the message keep flowing. Like, share, and subscribe. Not because it's routine, but because every click, every act of agreement is another ripple of light in a world still battling darkness. Think of it as lighting a candle from your flame. When you share, you multiply illumination. Someone out there, weary, discouraged, ready to give up, might find their spark again through your simple act of sharing this message. That's how heaven multiplies hope, one obedient heart at a time. And if your spirit feels led only if it truly feels right, you can also donate, not as payment, but as participation. Every seed sown into light becomes part of the miracle it carries. You are watering the very well from which your own soul drinks. The same way rivers feed the land that feeds them, your generosity keeps the flow alive. Think of it as laying another brick on the path of purpose. a quiet act that builds eternal structures in unseen realms. No act of giving goes unnoticed by heaven. The widow's mite was smaller than all others. Yet her offering became scripture because it carried sincerity. That is what heaven honors, not the size of the seed, but the spirit behind it. As you listen now, imagine a vast corridor stretching before you, each door shining with divine potential. The light under the next one glows brighter. It's waiting for your step of faith, not your strength, not your strategy, just your trust. One small act of obedience today can unlock a lifetime of overflow tomorrow. The same God who opened prison doors for Paul and chains for Peter is opening unseen gates for you. Faith is the key. Trust is the handle. Gratitude is the knock. And love is the hand that turns it all. Chosen one. Stand before your next door with confidence. Heaven knows your name. The hinges are already loosening. The locks are melting under the heat of your belief. Soon, what once resisted you will welcome you. What once was withheld will be released. The door is not your obstacle, it's your invitation. Now, breathe in deeply. Feel the warmth of heaven's light seeping through the cracks. The door is moving. Step closer and walk through. Chosen one. The moment you step through a door that faith alone could open, you quickly learn that heaven never leads you into a space without purpose. Every new room is an assignment, and every assignment carries divine connection. This next movement in your journey is not about effort, it is about alignment. You are being positioned among divine connections, people chosen, timed, and prepared to walk with you for the fulfillment of heaven's plan. You have walked alone for long seasons. The solitude sharpened you. It was not punishment, but preparation for partnership. God removed the noise of the crowd so you could recognize the right voices when they arrive. For years you were surrounded by company but felt unseen, and you wondered why your loyalty was never reciprocated. Now you understand, many were companions of circumstance, not covenant. Heaven is sending those who recognize your spirit, not your status. The Spirit is revealing that divine connection is never built on convenience, it is built on purpose. The people heaven sends to you will not flatter your ego, they will fortify your assignment. They will not just agree with your dreams, they will add structure to them. These are destiny collaborators, souls who carry keys to doors you could not open alone. As the Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Romans, chapter 12, verse 5, so in Christ we, though many, form one body, and each member belongs to all the others. Lendu, you are entering a season of divine introductions. Some will come quietly, others dramatically, but all will carry confirmation. You will feel peace the moment they speak. Their words will resonate with what heaven already told you in secret. These are not ordinary acquaintances. They are answers wrapped in human form. They may appear as clients, mentors, helpers, or even strangers online. But your spirit will recognize them before your mind understands why. Heaven often hides power inside people you might overlook. That is why humility is essential. The next connection might not fit your expectations. They might come from a background different from yours or speak in ways that challenge your comfort. But remember, God rarely sends help in the package we predict. Stay open. Discern by spirit, not appearance. Divine connections operate on mutual honor. The ones heaven assigns to you are not meant to serve you alone. you are also sent to bless them. True covenant is reciprocal. When you pour into them, heaven refills you through them. This is the holy exchange of grace, where each carries what the other lacks, and together they complete heaven's design. Some connections will come to teach you wisdom, others to protect you, still others to unlock opportunities you prayed for but could not reach. When heaven aligns paths, timing becomes supernatural. You will be amazed how perfectly things fit: the right word at the right moment, the right introduction, just when you needed it. You will realize these are not coincidences but coordinates. Heaven has been plotting these intersections for years. You will also face counterfeit connections, those who appear divine but are sent to distract. They mimic support but carry hidden motives. The enemy imitates what heaven creates, hoping to confuse discernment. The difference is peace. Divine connections bring rest to your spirit. Counterfeit ones drain it. Where God sends partnership, there is mutual edification. Where the enemy sends distraction, there is confusion and chaos. Watch the fruit, not the facade. Chosen one, guard your circle. When God begins to elevate you, not everyone can breathe at your altitude. Some who once celebrated you may start to compete with you, unable to understand the favor on your life. Do not respond with bitterness. Simply bless them and move forward. The eagle does not argue with the crows, it just flies higher. In these divine relationships, transparency will become your weapon. The same walls you built in past seasons for protection may now block partnership. Allow yourself to trust again, not blindly, but wisely. Healing has made you cautious, but heaven now invites you to be courageous. Trust is not a risk when the Spirit leads it, it is obedience. Sometimes the connection heaven sends will stretch you. They will challenge your habits, your limited beliefs, even your comfort zones. But do not resist the stretching, it is expansion. Iron sharpens iron, and sparks fly, not from harmony, but from friction. These are people who provoke your potential, who see beyond what you show, who call forth what you tried to hide. Chosen one. Prepare your heart to receive mentorship as well as partnership. Heaven often sends someone ahead of you, not to overshadow you, but to shorten your learning curve. Pride resists instruction, but wisdom welcomes it. You will find that one conversation with the right person can accomplish more than years of solitary effort. When heaven aligns paths, progress accelerates. There will also be those you are meant to mentor, to lift as you climb. Remember that success without service is emptiness. As you rise, reach back. Teach others the principles that preserved you. Encourage those walking the road you once stumbled through. Multiplication happens not just through resources, but through relationship. Divine connections are living bridges. Walk across them carefully. Honor them deeply, and maintain them faithfully. These bridges are not built by networking, they are built by nurturing. Relationships birthed in prayer must be maintained in prayer. When you intercede for those God joins to you, you strengthen the bond. Heaven invests heavily in unity, for it is where the anointing flows without resistance. In this next chapter of your journey, every person you meet is either a lesson or a ladder. Learn to discern which is which. Some are temporary assignments, others are lifetime alignments. Don't hold on to the temporary or overlook the permanent. Ask the Spirit daily, who am I meant to walk with? And who am I meant to release? Divine order sustains divine progress. chosen one. Can you feel the air thicken around you? The winds that once whispered are now roaring softly with power. Heaven is shifting the atmosphere over your life, a prophetic shift. One that transforms scarcity into supply, exhaustion into empowerment, waiting into winning. This is not a motivational moment, it is a spiritual turning. The unseen world is rearranging itself in your favor, and even the earth beneath your feet is beginning to respond. What once resisted you will start to release you. What once drained you will now empower you. The spiritual climate is changing because heaven has issued a decree. The time of restriction has ended. You are moving from survival to overflow. Every chosen one experiences this moment when what was prayed in secret begins to manifest in public. When the atmosphere bends toward divine promise, you have crossed an invisible threshold. Heaven is rewriting your environment, your relationships, even your internal rhythm. You may not see it yet, but everything around you is shifting to accommodate the glory about to rest upon your life. As the prophet wrote in the scroll of Habakkuk, chapter 1, verse 5, "Look at the nations and watch, and be utterly amazed. For I am going to do something in your days that you would not believe, even if you were told." No, that chosen one is heaven's word over you. God is about to do something so extraordinary that even those closest to you will struggle to comprehend it. What you're walking into is not gradual change, it's divine reversal. The same way night becomes morning without warning. Your atmosphere is turning from drought to rain. You have already sensed it in small ways, the random blessings, the sudden peace, the unusual favor. But what's coming next is heavier, stronger, richer. Heaven has been testing your endurance. Now it will reward your faithfulness. The same hands that held on during the storm will now carry harvest after harvest. This shift is both external and internal. On the outside, doors will open that logic cannot explain. On the inside, your mindset will transform from "can I" to "I already am." You will stop striving for what has already been secured. That's what divine atmosphere does. It changes the posture of your heart before it changes the circumstances around you. You will begin to notice divine coincidences that feel too precise to ignore. The right person calling at the perfect time. A word you needed showing up in an unexpected place. Finances arriving just before the deadline. This is not luck. This is alignment. Heaven's clock has struck, and the timing of your life now runs on divine rhythm. But this shift also comes with responsibility. The atmosphere you carry influences everything around you. When you walk into a place heavy with confusion, your peace becomes the antidote. When you enter a room clouded with doubt, your faith becomes the weather change. Heaven does not shift the atmosphere for you, it shifts it through you. You are the weather system of God wherever you go. Spiritual climates adjust. Chosen one, understand this. Every shift must be sustained by sensitivity. Do not allow distraction to dull your awareness. The enemy cannot stop what heaven has started, but he will try to distort your perception. He will use noise, busyness, and pressure to pull your focus away from the new thing unfolding. Guard your atmosphere. Protect your peace like treasure. Sometimes, maintaining this new atmosphere will require isolation. You may feel yourself withdrawing from conversations, places, and patterns that once felt comfortable. Do not resist this. You're not losing touch with people. You're gaining touch with heaven. The air around you is holy now. Some cannot breathe where you are going, because the elevation is too high for unprepared lungs. The prophetic shift also brings revelation. Heaven begins to highlight truths you couldn't see before. Scriptures that once seemed familiar now blaze with fresh meaning. Dreams become instructions. Intuition sharpens into direction. You start to understand not just what God is doing, but why. Revelation is heaven's way of ensuring you stay aligned with the rhythm of change. You are also being positioned as a carrier of confirmation. When you speak, others will feel peace. When you pray, atmospheres will align. You will notice people saying, "Something changed when you entered the room." That is because you are no longer a participant. You are a portal. Heaven's flow moves through you, and the fragrance of glory follows wherever you step. This is what Scripture means when it says that light cannot be hidden. You were not called to blend in. You were called to shift the spiritual air wherever you go. The light on your life will unsettle darkness, but it will also draw those who have been wandering in shadow. Don't be afraid of visibility. You were made for it. Chosen one. If your heart is burning right now, if your spirit feels that strange trembling between awe and joy, it is because heaven is confirming this word. The shift is not coming, it has already begun. Look for signs in the next few days. A change in atmosphere. A sudden sense of peace where there was once anxiety. An unexpected opportunity that feels divinely timed. These are heaven's fingerprints. Now, as an act of faith, make a prophetic declaration to seal what heaven has started. Comment. The number 555 below. It is not superstition, it is symbolism. 5 represents grace, and when it appears in triplicate, it means a complete transformation through grace. By typing this number, you are declaring, "I receive the shift. I align with the new atmosphere. I choose grace over fear." And when you do this, you are not just participating, you are prophesying. You are saying, "Let it be established." Heaven hears faith in motion. Breathe deeply. Chosen one. The air is different, now thinner, purer, charged with divine intention. You have stepped into the new. Every step you take from here on out will carry the sound of grace and the fragrance of favor. The old atmosphere is gone. Welcome to the realm of overflow. Chosen one. The air is lighter now. The heaviness that once clung to your spirit is loosening like mist before the morning sun. Heaven has shifted your atmosphere. And with that shift comes a divine announcement. It is time for restoration. Everything that was lost, stolen, delayed, or sabotaged is now being summoned back to you by divine authority. This is not poetic comfort, it is spiritual justice. Heaven's court has issued its verdict. Restitution must come forth. You may not realize how much was taken from you, not just material possessions, but years of peace, energy, opportunity, and confidence. The enemy's greatest theft was never your money, it was your momentum. He tried to convince you that what was gone could never return, that the story was finished. But heaven has reopened your case. You are entering a season where what the locusts devoured must be repaid sevenfold. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Joel. Chapter 2, verse 25. I will restore to you the years that the locusts have eaten. Those words are not symbolic. They are literal promises for the faithful. Heaven does not simply replace what was lost. It redeems time itself. Restoration in the kingdom is not about getting back the same thing. It is about receiving something better in the same place you suffered loss. God never gives you back what was broken. He gives you something whole. You might ask, how can years be restored? How can lost moments return? The answer lies in divine acceleration. Heaven compresses blessing into short spaces of time, redeeming what was delayed. What would have taken 10 years suddenly happens in one. The effort you thought was wasted becomes the foundation for a miracle you didn't see coming. God is too just to forget the pain you endured in faith. Every tear was a seed. And now the harvest is ready. Chosen one. Restoration begins quietly. It often starts with healing before it shows up as harvest. The heart must be repaired before the hand can receive. That's why God begins this process by addressing hidden wounds, the betrayal that silenced you, the disappointment that hardened you, the guilt that made you doubt your worth. Restoration is not just the return of things, it is the resurrection of you. You will notice subtle changes. Peace replacing panic. Laughter returning where there was only silence. Boldness awakening where fear once ruled. The restoration of your soul is heaven's first priority because everything external must flow from internal healing. If God gave you blessing without wholeness, the wound would still bleed beneath the robe. But He is too loving for that. So, He heals first, restores next, multiplies last. Look back for a moment, not with sorrow, but with gratitude. Every season of loss refined your discernment. You now know the difference between what glitters and what glows. You have learned that not everything valuable can be seen. The pain taught you precision to treasure peace above possessions, character above comfort, and obedience above opportunity. This wisdom is the true wealth you carry into your restoration. Heaven is meticulous in restoration. What's returning to you will not come through struggle but through divine orchestration. Emails, calls, opportunities, ideas, and reconciliations will begin to align without your forcing them. God does not need your panic. He needs your participation through faith. When you rest in assurance, heaven works in acceleration. Sometimes, restoration comes disguised as reintroduction. You may revisit places or people you thought were finished chapters, but this time, you'll arrive different. You won't enter as the wounded one, but as the restored one. The tables will turn, not in revenge, but in revelation. Those who once overlooked you will now recognize you, yet your heart will hold no bitterness, only clarity. Restoration doesn't make you arrogant, it makes you anchored. Chosen one. Do not underestimate what restoration includes. It touches every realm: emotional, spiritual, relational, and financial. Some of you will recover forgotten dreams. Others will see healing in family lines, long fractured. Still others will find creative ideas blooming again after years of dormancy. Heaven is visiting every part of your story that was once marked by sorrow and rewriting it with joy. This is why you feel the pull to revisit unfinished work. That old project, that shelved plan, that idea. You once abandoned it, still carries life. When heaven restores, it reactivates dormant seeds. You thought it died, but it was only sleeping under the soil of time. Now the light of restoration calls it forth again. Even your reputation, once tarnished by misunderstanding or slander, is being cleansed. truth is rising to the surface. Where your name was dragged, honor will soon stand. God does not only restore what was visible, He redeems what was spoken. The lies that were told about you are being dismantled by undeniable fruit. Soon, your results will speak louder than your rebuttals ever could. The restoration season is also a harvest of mercy. The same grace that restores you will teach you to extend forgiveness. You cannot receive restoration while holding resentment. Let go of the bitterness that chains you to yesterday. Forgiveness doesn't excuse what happened. It releases its hold over you. When you forgive, you unclench your fist, so heaven can place restoration there instead. Chosen one. Restoration requires readiness. Prepare the containers of your life, your habits, your mindset, your environment for what's returning. The widow's oil flowed only into vessels that were available. Make room. Clear out the clutter of past disappointments. Expect good news again. The flow is ready, but the vessels must be clean. And remember, restoration is not quiet revenge. It is holy vindication. God does not restore to humiliate your enemies. He restores to honor His name. When people see what He rebuilds from your ruins, they will know it was divine. Your life will become a visible testimony that nothing surrendered to God stays broken forever. So, breathe deeply. Chosen one. The sound you hear is not just wind, it's the breath of God blowing over old ashes. What you thought was gone is coming back, reborn in glory. Your story is not ending with loss, it is climaxing with restoration. The divine carpenter has returned to his workbench, and the masterpiece he's crafting from your fragments will silence every doubt that ever questioned your destiny. Chosen one. The waves of restoration have begun to settle into your soul. The things that were stolen are finding their way back. And with each return, your confidence in heaven's justice grows stronger. Yet, even as restoration unfolds, there is another mystery being revealed. The wealth of the wicked is being released. This is not a phrase of vengeance, but of divine redistribution. It is heaven's law that what was accumulated through pride and oppression will eventually flow into the hands of the righteous who walk in purpose. You must understand. Chosen one. This transfer is not about greed, it is about governance. God is repositioning resources so that His plans for nations, families, and generations can advance unhindered. The wicked built systems to serve themselves, but heaven is dismantling those structures and rewriting ownership, lands, ideas, influence, and finances that were once bound to darkness are being rerouted toward light. The Spirit of God declared through the wise words of Solomon in the book of Proverbs, chapter 13, verse 22, "The wealth of the sinner is stored up for the righteous." And that word is not merely historical, it is prophetic. It speaks of a divine transaction happening in real time, a heavenly reallocation of earthly treasure. You have been chosen to participate in it, not as a passive recipient, but as an active steward. This transfer will not fall into idle hands. It will flow to those whose hearts are aligned with heaven's intention. You see, wealth is energy neutral until directed. In the hands of the self-serving, it becomes a weapon of control. In the hands of the righteous, it becomes a tool of compassion and justice. God does not hate wealth. He hates misuse. What is happening now is correction, not chaos. The universe itself obeys this principle. When something becomes stagnant, it must move. The rivers of finance, influence, and opportunity are breaking their dams and finding new channels that can carry glory. Not greed. Chosen one. You are one of those channels. The blessings being prepared for you are not just for your household, they are for your generation. You are being called to hold what heaven can trust. That's why your process has been so painful. God could not hand you this level of abundance without first refining your motives. Every delay, every loss, every test it was. Heaven ensuring your heart would stay clean when wealth arrives. This transfer is already in motion. You will see it in subtle ways. First, unexpected favor, hidden debts cancelled, doors opening through grace rather than grind. Systems that once seemed unbreakable will begin to shake. Policies will change. Those who manipulated power will lose their grip. But you must not gloat. You must guard your spirit. Heaven does not bless you so that you can boast. It blesses you so that you can build. When the wealth of the wicked moves, it does so through opportunity. It rarely falls like rain. It flows like a river. You must be attentive. Listen to divine instruction ideas. Partnerships. Projects that seem inspired out of nowhere. These are heaven's vehicles of transfer. God gives revelation before he gives resources. And those who obey the revelation will handle the resources wisely. This is why you must stay humble. Wealth without wisdom is weight without balance. The righteous are not immune to temptation. They are simply trained to resist it. Remember, stewardship is not measured by how much you hold, but by how purely you handle it. The more you yield control to God, the more freely he can trust you. As this divine exchange accelerates, your posture matters. Envy has no place here. This is not a competition among the chosen. It is a collaboration under heaven's direction. If you see others being blessed before you, rejoice. It means the river is flowing closer to your land. Celebrate every victory around you as proof that the transfer is alive. There will also be those who resist this change. They will mock, doubt, and criticize what they cannot comprehend. Do not engage. The same mouths that deny your rising will one day call you for help. Your assignment is not to argue, but to advance. Let your integrity speak louder than your explanations. Chosen one. Understand this with clarity. This wealth will not corrupt you if it flows through you. You are not meant to hoard it, but to circulate it like oxygen. The moment it stops moving, it begins to die. Use it to uplift, to rebuild, to restore what darkness destroyed. Use it to heal communities, to fund creativity, to amplify truth. When wealth becomes worship, it transforms the world. The world is entering economic turbulence, but you will not sink with it. The righteous are insulated by purpose. Heaven's system operates on faith, not markets. While others panic, you will prosper not because you are lucky, but because you are aligned. The God who fed Elijah in drought and multiplied oil in famine is the same God who sustains you. In the coming days, pay attention to divine nudges. You may feel led to invest, to create, to step into unfamiliar territory. These are whispers of heaven guiding you toward the streams where provision flows. Do not let fear make you hesitate. The moment you obey, the current strengthens. What others call risk, heaven calls revelation. When you walk in this understanding, you become untouchable by scarcity. You no longer chase wealth. Wealth follows you. It recognizes the frequency of a surrendered heart. You will find yourself in conversations, opportunities, and positions that seem too perfect to be random. That is the fingerprint of divine orchestration. And remember, this transfer is not a reward for suffering but a preparation for service. You are being positioned not merely to enjoy abundance, but to execute assignment. Heaven's agenda requires resources, and you are one of its chosen distributors. This is a sacred trust, a holy responsibility. Handle it with gratitude. Soon, the flow will become visible. It will start in whispers and end in waves. The same hands that once felt empty will overflow. The same voice that once cried in private will now speak hope in public. And when that happens, you will know the wealth of the wicked has indeed been placed into the hands of the chosen one. Can you feel it, that hum beneath your feet? That quiet vibration in the unseen? Heaven is calling you to rise into financial authority, to stand not as a beggar of blessing, but as a steward of dominion. The same voice that spoke light into darkness now speaks power into your hands. You are not meant to chase provision. You are meant to command it. The era of pleading is over. This is the hour of decreeing. You were never designed to live at the mercy of circumstances. You were created to rule over them. When God formed humanity, He breathed into dust and crowned it with dominion. That crown still exists, though many have forgotten how to wear it. Heaven is inviting you to remember. You are not a victim of the system. You are an ambassador of the kingdom. Every system that defied your progress will soon bow to divine order. The ancient words recorded in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 12, proclaim, "The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of His bounty, to send rain on your land and bless your work." Financial authority begins with identity. As long as you see yourself as needy, heaven cannot entrust you with plenty. God does not invest in insecurity. He invests in trust. The authority to command increase is given to those who have learned to master gratitude and discipline. Heaven watches how you treat the little before it sends the much. Chosen one, you must learn to speak like one who knows the source. Your words shape your world. When you say, "I can't afford this," you close the gate of possibility. When you say, "Heaven will provide," you open channels unseen. Your speech either locks or unlocks divine flow. The universe was formed by words. Your provision is no different. Speak abundance with reverence, not desperation. Financial authority also requires order. Abundance is not chaos, it is choreography. Heaven blesses what is structured. Learn to plan, to budget, to organize your blessings as sacred trusts. When you honor the order of stewardship, your capacity expands. Wealth is like water. It will always flow toward those who build channels, not toward those who build excuses. You will soon notice that your perspective on money itself changes. It no longer feels like something you must chase, but like something that responds to your alignment. Money is not evil, it is obedient. It goes where it is sent. When you honor God with your first fruits, when you sow with intention, when you give with joy, you are setting divine law in motion. Heaven watches and multiplies. This is the hour to stop hiding your gifts, your creativity, your skill, your ideas. These are currencies of heaven. Many wait for external blessing while ignoring the treasures within them. But the Spirit whispers, "What's in your hands?" Like Moses' staff. What you already hold becomes miraculous when surrendered. Use what you have, where you are, and watch how heaven breathes upon it. And now, as you step deeper into this word, let your heart remain tender. Messages like this are not meant to inflate ego, but to awaken purpose. If these words are watering your soul, if something in you feels seen, strengthened, or restored, then take a moment to respond in faith. Like, share, and subscribe, not as routine clicks, but as small acts of gratitude. Each gesture carries energy. Each share sends light to someone standing where you once stood, uncertain, weary, waiting for hope. Your interaction isn't about numbers, it's about nourishment. When you help the message travel, you become part of heaven's distribution system. You are saying, "I want others to taste what fed me." It's like lighting another candle. Your flame does not dim when you pass it on. It only multiplies. And if your spirit feels led not out of pressure, but out of partnership, consider donating to support this voice of light. Think of it as watering a well that quenches more than just your thirst. Your seed becomes the cup in someone else's desert. Heaven sees such offerings, not as transactions, but as testimonies of trust. You are not giving away, you are giving through. The same river that flows from your generosity will return to you in ways you cannot predict. Unexpected opportunities, supernatural provision, divine protection. This is how authority works. The more you release, the freer you become. The more you bless, the bolder your faith grows. The world teaches to accumulate. Heaven teaches to circulate. A lake that never flows becomes stagnant, but a river that keeps moving stays alive. You are that river flowing, vibrant, unstoppable. Soon, your presence will carry a different weight. You will walk into boardrooms, estudios, classrooms, homes, and people will sense something beyond charisma. It will be authority, the quiet strength of someone who knows heaven backs them. You will make decisions from peace, not panics. You will give orders in love, not fear. You will fund dreams, sponsor hope, and become an answer to prayers you never heard. That, chosen one, is what it means to walk in financial authority. It is not a crown of gold, but a mantle of grace. It is the sound of heaven trusting you with influence, because you've proven that greed will not guide you. Lift your head, steady your spirit, and remember, the throne of provision is not in a bank, it's in your faith. As long as your faith stays alive, your flow will never die. The storehouses of heaven are open. Step forward. Speak with confidence. Live generously. You were never meant to bow to money. Money was meant to bow to your purpose. Chosen one. The flow of heaven does not stop at provision. Once you learn to walk in authority, heaven adorns you with something even higher, favor beyond logic. This is not the favor that can be earned, traded, or deserved. It is the inexplicable grace that bends reality itself to accommodate God's plan for your life. It defies merit and mocks limitation. It is the divine fingerprint that turns the ordinary into the extraordinary without warning or explanation. You have already tasted moments of it. Those instances when doors opened before you even knocked, when people you barely knew decided to help without reason, When outcomes that should have crumbled stood firm against all odds. That was not coincidence. It was favor introducing itself quietly, preparing you for the fullness that is now coming. Favor is the language heaven uses to translate unseen approval into visible results. It is the current that carries you where effort cannot. You may have felt unqualified, yet somehow chosen, overlooked by men, yet spotlighted by heaven. That is favor's pattern. It finds you in forgotten places and lifts you without warning. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 5, verse 12. For you, Lord, will bless the righteous. With favor you will surround him as with a shield. That verse is more than comfort. It is confirmation. Favor does not just follow you, it surrounds you. It becomes your invisible defense, your unseen companion in rooms where decisions are made. While others compete for recognition, favor speaks your name when you are not even present. Chosen one. Understand this truth. Favor is not fair. It cannot be measured by human logic. It will select you from among many, not because you are better, but because you are available. Heaven's favor looks for surrender, not perfection. It moves where humility makes space for glory. You will begin to notice its acceleration. People will start to speak of you in rooms you've never entered. Opportunities will locate you instead of the other way around. It may even make you uncomfortable, the rapid recognition, the sudden open doors, because it feels too easy compared to the struggle you've endured. But that's the essence of favor. It's divine ease after years of endurance. Favor works quietly at first, shifting the hearts of others toward you. Someone's decision to help you will feel random, but heaven will have whispered your name to them in the night. You will walk into places prepared long before you arrived. Projects, collaborations, partnerships, all arranged in divine timing. The steps you take will no longer feel forced, because favor walks ahead to clear the path. However, favor also reveals hearts. When it arrives, not everyone around you will celebrate it. Some will misread it as luck or manipulation. Others will struggle with jealousy, unable to comprehend why doors open for you so easily. Do not let their misunderstandings steal your peace. The favor that rests on you is not meant to provoke envy, but to provoke faith in those who witness it. Let your humility be your protection. There will be seasons when favor feels quiet, not gone, but hidden. This is heaven's way of ensuring you rely on relationship, not results. Favor that grows too public too soon can attract unnecessary warfare. So sometimes God conceals it for a while, allowing it to mature in silence. When it reappears, it will be unshakable. Chosen one. Favor is not only for platforms, it is for preservation. It will shield you from traps you never saw. Meetings will be cancelled that could have harmed you. Delays will save you from unseen dangers. What looks like inconvenience will often be divine interception. Favor will frustrate your plans to protect your destiny. You will also see favor in timing. What others wait decades for will come to you swiftly. While others chase visibility, your name will rise naturally through authenticity. Heaven does not rush, but when it moves fast. That is why you had to endure long seasons of waiting, so that when acceleration came, you would know how to walk with grace and not stumble under speed. Favor demands responsibility. It is not to be hoarded, but to be handled with honor. When doors open, Remember who opened them. Gratitude keeps favor flowing. Complaining blocks it. Every thank you, whispered in private, is a magnet for more grace. Never treat ease as entitlement. It is evidence of divine trust and favor. Beloved is not limited to money or career. It touches every realm: health, peace, relationships, creativity, influence. It restores what effort could not repair. It lifts you where skill fails. It creates opportunities that education alone could never produce. You will soon realize that favor is not something you chase, it is something you carry. It is part of your spiritual DNA, as one chosen by heaven. The key to maintaining it is simple. Remain aligned. Stay sensitive to the voice that guided you here. Obedience keeps the oil fresh. When God says move, move. When He says rest, rest. Favor flows along the current of instruction. It dries up where pride builds a dam. Chosen one. As this favor increases, your life will begin to feel like a living parable, a story that teaches others the faithfulness of God. Your peace will preach louder than sermons. Your breakthroughs will become proof that heaven still honors faith. People will watch your journey and find courage for their own. That is why this favor exists, not for vanity, but for visibility of glory. Chosen one. Before heaven releases the full weight of abundance, there must be a cleansing, not of your surroundings, but of your heart. This is the season of purification, where motives are tested, desires are refined, and intentions are brought into light. What you are stepping into is not simply prosperity, it is holy stewardship. The vessels that carry gold must first be purified of alloy. And so must you. The abundance that is coming carries great responsibility. It is not the kind of wealth that flatters the ego, but the kind that exposes what has been hiding beneath the surface. If pride, fear, or greed remain unhealed, they will distort the blessing and damage the vessel. That is why heaven pauses before pouring, not to delay you, but to preserve you. The prophet Jeremiah once recorded the voice of heaven. Chapter 17, verse 10. I, the Lord, search the heart and examine the mind, to reward each person according to their conduct, according to what their deeds deserve. Chosen one. Do not fear the refining. Fire is only destructive to what is false. The same flame that consumes impurity also purifies gold. Every test you are enduring is a divine purification. Every emotional trigger, every conflict, every delay is pressing something out of you that cannot remain. Heaven will not pour new wine into old skins, because the weight of freshness would cause them to burst. You are being remade to handle more. You may feel emotional turbulence, flashes of frustration, waves of introspection. Do not interpret this as regression. It is the sound of your soul being detoxed from old toxins, envy, bitterness, self-doubt, comparison. Heaven is scrubbing away the layers that accumulated through years of disappointment. You are not falling apart, you are falling into alignment. Purification often comes through people. Someone's words may sting. A circumstance may humble you, or a confrontation may expose something hidden. But if you respond with humility, what was meant to wound will end up healing. Every uncomfortable mirror is an opportunity for maturity. When you can hear correction without offense, you have stepped into the wisdom of kings. This cleansing also involves your relationship with wealth itself. God must break the unspoken fear that money corrupts or that success isolates. True holiness is not in lack, it is in alignment. The righteous can handle riches without being handled by them. Poverty does not prove purity, stewardship does. That is why heaven is teaching you balance, how to prosper outwardly while remaining pure inwardly. During this cleansing, you will also be prompted to release attachments, emotional and material. Some possessions, habits, or even dreams may no longer fit where you're going. Let them go gently. If it costs your peace, it is too expensive to keep. The lighter your heart, the faster your ascent. Heaven is streamlining your soul for flight. Remember, purification is not about punishment, but preparation. It is heaven's quality control. Every blessing goes through inspection before delivery. The process is personal, tailored precisely to your temperament and calling. For some, purification looks like solitude. For others, it looks like unexpected responsibility. Whatever form it takes, trust that it is producing perfection within you. Chosen one. Even your thoughts are being renewed. Where anxiety once echoed, peace now whispers. Where jealousy once flickered, compassion begins to glow. This is transformation from the inside out, the quiet work of the Spirit, sanding away the rough edges of pride and fear. You will not notice it daily, but others will see it clearly. They will say, "There is something different about you, and there is holiness without hardness, purity without pretense." Be mindful during this phase. The temptation to prove your worth will rise again. The ego will whisper, "Show them how much you've changed." But true transformation does not advertise itself. It simply is. Let your stillness be your statement. Heaven knows how to showcase you when the time comes. For now, remain teachable. This cleansing is also healing generational residue. The fears and mindsets passed down through your lineage, scarcity, self-sabotage. Emotional walls are being dissolved. The fire of refinement burns through bloodlines. You are the chosen purifier for your family, the one who ends the cycles others endured. The choices you make now to forgive, to trust, to give, to believe are washing your lineage clean. You will notice that as your heart becomes lighter, your discernment becomes sharper. Purity and perception are intertwined. The clearer your motives, the clearer heaven's voice becomes. What once sounded like static in prayer will become symphony. You will no longer beg for direction. You will know. That is the fruit of a purified spirit, clarity without striving. Chosen one. Heaven is not asking for perfection, only honesty. The most powerful prayer you can offer in this season is not "bless me," but "cleanse me." God responds instantly to sincerity. When you invite His refining, He comes not with condemnation, but with comfort. His fire warms as it purifies. Soon, you will look back on this moment and understand why it had to happen. The discipline of this season will protect the destiny of the next. The purity being forged within you will attract the kind of blessings that last untainted, stable, eternal. Do not resist the process. Yield to it like gold to the furnace, like clay to the potter's hand. Each surrender shapes you closer to divine design. You are becoming the vessel heaven envisioned before time began, strong enough to carry blessing, humble enough to remain grateful, and pure enough to reflect glory without distortion. Chosen one. Your cleansing is nearly complete. When the process ends, you will not just shine, you will radiate. Every scar will become evidence of refinement. Every tear, a mark of transformation. And as the final impurities fall away, heaven will whisper the words you've longed to hear. Now you are ready. Chosen one. The refining fire has done its work. The heaviness has lifted, and your spirit stands radiant, clear, calm, and ready. Heaven smiles upon you now, for you have passed the inner test that few endure. The gold within you has been revealed, and with it comes a new marking in the spirit, a prophetic sign, a divine seal that confirms you have stepped into a new cycle of grace, wisdom, and overflow. You may already sense the shift, the calm that follows a storm, the subtle awareness that something around you has changed. Even if you can't yet explain it, this is not imagination. It is confirmation. Heaven has placed a sign over your life, one that cannot be erased, denied, or stolen. It will manifest through divine numbers, patterns, or moments that seem to echo themselves again and again. These repetitions are heaven's handwriting across your days, evidence that you are aligned with divine rhythm. The Apostle Paul wrote in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 1, verse 13, "When you believed, you were marked in him with a seal, the promised Holy Spirit." End of 4. That seal, chosen one, is your proof. You are marked. Your name is known. Your path is guarded. You no longer walk through random days. You walk through orchestrated moments. Everything around you now functions under prophetic synchronization times. Opportunities, encounters, and even interruptions. Nothing that touches your life is meaningless anymore. You have noticed heaven speaking to you through numbers, through timing, through patterns waking at specific hours, seeing sequences that follow you, moments that feel too exact to be coincidence. Heaven uses these symbols to communicate reassurance. They are reminders that you are not wandering, you are being led. This is why you must remain alert, because prophetic signs often hide in simplicity. God doesn't always speak in thunder. Sometimes he whispers through alignment, a stranger's phrase, a repeated verse, a song at just the right moment. Each can be a heavenly breadcrumb, guiding you forward. When you live in awareness, everything becomes revelation. Chosen one. This is not superstition, it is sensitivity. The world calls it coincidence. Heaven calls it conversation. These divine repetitions remind you that God's presence is personal, interactive, alive. The prophetic sign over your life is heaven's way of saying, "I am with you still." And in this new season, the number 444 carries prophetic meaning for you. Type it below, not as ritual, but as recognition. 4 is the number of divine structure, of foundations, of wholeness, of completion within creation. When heaven repeats it, it means establishment. By declaring this number, you are saying, "Lord, establish me. Let my steps be steady. Let my blessings be rooted." The moment you write it, heaven sees it as agreement. You are aligning your words with divine will. You are saying, "No more instability, no more spiritual wandering. I am planted, grounded, and unshakable." And heaven responds to that kind of faith with permanence. Chosen one. This prophetic confirmation is not just for comfort, it is instruction. When heaven seals you, it also sends you. The mark is a mantle, a spiritual authority to speak, build, and bless in ways that influence others. You will notice your voice carrying more weight. People will listen differently. Your presence will change atmospheres without effort. This is because the prophetic seal amplifies everything you carry. Guard it well. Favor will attract attention, not all of it friendly. Some will admire the glow. Others will question it. Do not waste energy defending what only heaven can explain. Your proof will be in your peace. When people see how calmly you walk through chaos, they will understand who truly covers you. This sign also marks a turning point in your provision. Things that were delayed will suddenly accelerate. The almosts that haunted you will finally become completions. You will feel as if the spiritual wind is at your back, propelling you forward with little effort. That is the anointing of establishment momentum that doesn't drain, only sustains. But remember, the sign is not the source. The seal is not the savior. Do not worship the symbols. Honor the one who sends them. God gives signs not to replace faith, but to reinforce it. Let every pattern, every number, every whisper lead you deeper into relationship, not just revelation. You are stepping into a realm where heaven communicates in real time. The gap between prayer and confirmation will shrink. You will ask, and the answer will appear, not always as you expected, but always in perfect timing. The divine hand now rests so near that even your smallest decisions will carry divine echoes. Chosen one. This is what it means to live prophetically, to walk as one aware that the natural and the supernatural overlap in every moment. You are no longer chasing signs. Signs are following you. They are heaven's exclamation marks trailing behind every step you take in faith. When you see the number 444 again on a clock, a receipt, a message, pause and smile. Whisper, I see you, Lord. That simple acknowledgement turns awareness into worship. It tells heaven, your child is listening. In this season of prophetic confirmation will also bring clarity and calling. The fog that once clouded your next step is lifting. You will know what to build, where to go, who to trust, and what to release. The same spirit that marked you will guide you, and where confusion once lingered, conviction will now live. So, breathe deeply. Chosen one, you have been sealed for stability. You have been branded for breakthrough. The storms may swirl, but your foundation will not crack. The mark of heaven on your life is not temporary ink, it is eternal identity. From this day forward, remember, you are not seeking signs. You are the sign. Your peace is a prophecy. Your endurance is evidence. Your joy, after everything you've survived, is heaven's message to the world. Grace wins. And chosen one. When heaven marks you, it also surrounds you with a quiet, unseen instruction. Protect what has been given. The treasures coming into your hands now are not random rewards, but sacred trusts. The prophetic sign that sealed you in the last season now becomes a mantle of responsibility. You are entering a phase where divine secrecy preserves divine success. What heaven gives in light must sometimes be guarded in silence. Every blessing carries a frequency. When it is still forming, that frequency is fragile. To speak too soon, to expose too widely, is to invite interference before the foundation is secure. That is why heaven often whispers its greatest instructions, and why many of your miracles begin in privacy. The womb of silence protects the seed of destiny. The prophet Isaiah recorded heaven's pattern in chapter 42, verse 2. He will not shout or cry out, or raise his voice in the streets. There is a rhythm in the kingdom. Concealment precedes completion. What God is doing within you right now is like an artist working on a masterpiece behind a curtain. The unveiling comes later, but the beauty grows in private. Heaven hides greatness until humility can hold it. The silence of this stage is your shield. Protecting what heaven gives does not mean living in isolation, but it does mean learning discretion. Some victories should be celebrated only in worship, not in public display. Some instructions should be written in your journal, not announced in conversation. Some blessings should be enjoyed in gratitude before they are shared in testimony. To reveal everything immediately is to expose sacred roots to casual soil. Even your relationships will be tested in this phase. You will see who can walk with you in confidentiality and who needs constant information to feel included. This distinction matters because some people love you but cannot yet understand you. Their curiosity is not malicious, it is premature. You must not allow their impatience to dictate your revelation. The anointing demands timing. Chosen one. Heaven is teaching you the art of holy privacy, the discipline of being full but not flaunting, blessed but not boastful, favored but still grounded. When you hide your treasure in humility, it grows. When you expose it for validation, it weakens. The pearl is only precious because it remains in its shell until the right hands discover it. You are now being entrusted with ideas, insights, and strategies that could change the course of many lives. Heaven is downloading blueprints for expansion business models, creative works, prophetic solutions, and not all are to be shared immediately. Each revelation has its appointed unveiling. Speak when instructed, and remain silent when wisdom whispers. Not yet. There will be a temptation to announce your progress to prove your faithfulness, but you have nothing left to prove. Silence does not diminish your success, it deepens it. Every tree grows downward before it grows upward. Let your roots lengthen in peace before your branches seek applause. Divine secrecy is not suppression, it is incubation. Consider how Jesus performed some of his greatest miracles and then told the healed, "Tell no one." That was not because the miracle was shameful, but because the timing was sensitive. Revelation released too early can attract warfare not yet assigned to you. You are called to fight battles of destiny, not battles of distraction. Even the smallest details of your current blessings, the unexpected favor, the new connections, the financial increase must be handled with discernment. Heaven may instruct you to stay quiet, not because others are unworthy to know, but because the testimony is still being written. The ink of your story is wet. Let it dry before you display it. Chosen one. This is also a season to protect your emotional energy. Not every conversation deserves your depth. Some dialogues drain rather than discern. Choose peace over performance. You are not obligated to explain your journey to those who prefer speculation over revelation. The more heaven elevates you, the less explanation will make sense anyway. Elevation and exposure do not coexist. You cannot climb and broadcast at the same time. Guard your prayer life especially. Prayer is the safest vault for divine secrets. There are things you should share only with God, and in return, He will share things with you that no one else will ever hear. Intimacy with heaven thrives in confidentiality. The secret place is not a location, it is a posture, the sacred inner room where heaven's whispers remain unpolluted. You will also notice that silence becomes your new strength. When criticism arises, your stillness will frustrate it. When others gossip or speculate, your refusal to defend will disarm them. Quiet confidence carries more power than loud justification. You are not required to clarify what God is already confirming. This divine discretion will extend even to your successes. When people see your results and ask, "How did you do it?" you will smile gently and say, "Grace." That one word will be both truth and protection. It tells everything yet reveals nothing. Those who discern will understand. Those who doubt will dismiss. Either way, your peace remains intact. Chosen one. The more sacred your assignment, the more silence it requires. Every great work of God begins in obscurity. The ark was built far from public view. The temple's blueprints were drawn in solitude. Even Christ's resurrection occurred in secrecy before shaking the world. Hiddenness is heaven's way of preserving holiness. Do not despise this quiet phase. It is not obscurity, it is protection. The world may not see all that's unfolding, but heaven watches every step. You are being shielded from unnecessary exposure so that your unveiling will be undeniable. Soon, when the time comes, the same heaven that hid you will announce you. And when that happens, no voice of jealousy, no plot of envy, no shadow of doubt will be able to touch what was protected in silence. The secret work of today is the public wonder of tomorrow. Chosen one. Guard the glow. Treasure the hush between heaven and your heart. The loudest miracles are often born in whispers. Chosen one. Every seed that has been planted in secret, every prayer whispered behind closed doors, every act of faith done without witness, all of it is beginning to stir beneath the soil. The time of unseen obedience has produced something sacred. The roots have grown deep, and now heaven speaks one clear word to you. Sow into the shift. You are standing in a divine moment of exchange, the meeting point between what was and what will be. Heaven's instruction is simple yet profound. Release what is in your hand, so heaven can release what is in its storehouse. This is the mystery of increase, sowing, not merely giving, but participating in divine circulation. The Spirit whispers through the words of Paul in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 6. Whoever sows sparingly will also reap sparingly, and whoever sows generously will also reap generously. That is not a transaction, it is transformation. A seed is not lost when it leaves your hand, it is activated. The ground that once looked barren becomes alive. The moment you plant something with faith, heaven designed this exchange long before you were born. Your giving releases divine growth. Your trust invites divine timing. Your generosity unlocks divine multiplication. Chosen one. Picture your life as a field. Each area: family, purpose, finances. Health is soil waiting for seed. When you sow, you are not throwing something away. You are assigning it to the future. The moment the seed touches the ground, heaven begins to work beneath the surface. While you sleep, while you wait, the unseen becomes inevitable. But the greatest sowing is not just financial, it's emotional, spiritual, creative. Every act of kindness, every hour spent serving, every time you choose forgiveness over bitterness, these are seeds too, and none go unnoticed. The divine farmer watches every one. Still, there comes a moment when the Spirit nudges you toward a physical act to release a tangible seed into the work that feeds your spirit. When you feel that tug, don't hesitate. It is not manipulation, it is multiplication, calling your name. Heaven never forces, it invites. The choice to give is never about the amount, but about the alignment. Think of sowing like breathing. You exhale what you hold, and heaven inhales it, transforms it, and sends it back as life. The same air you give leaves your lungs, but returns as new oxygen. That is the divine rhythm of abundance. Holding too tightly suffocates the flow. Releasing keeps you alive. If these words have watered your soul, if you feel peace where there was confusion, clarity where there was fear, hope where there was heaviness, then honor that exchange. Like, share, and subscribe so the light can keep flowing forward. Every click is like scattering seeds of truth across dry ground. Someone you'll never meet may find their healing through a message that reached them because of your small act. You become part of the harvest you helped send. And if your spirit feels that holy, whisper that quiet invitation to take part in something larger. You can also donate. Not from obligation, but from overflow. Think of it as adding another branch to the tree that shelters you. The fruit you taste today grows because someone else once watered the roots. Besoving, you're extending the shade of grace to someone still walking in the heat of struggle. Every seed sown here becomes voice, vision, and vessels spreading words that awaken the chosen ones scattered across nations. Your giving keeps the oil burning, the light visible. It is the modern equivalent of adding oil to the lamp in the temple, unseen, yet essential. Remember, chosen one. The most powerful seeds are those wrapped in sacrifice. When you give what still costs you something, time, comfort, resource, heaven recognizes it as worship. God never overlooks offerings born from faith. Like the widow who gave 2 coins, your small seed can carry eternal impact. It is not the size of your gift, but the sincerity of your heart that fills heaven's storehouse. And beyond the physical giving, sow your faith again. Plant your dreams like seeds in divine soil. Do not fear to start small. The acorn does not apologize for its size. It simply grows into an oak. What you release today will outlive you tomorrow. Sometimes the harvest does not appear where you sowed it, but it will appear. Heaven's economy never loses a transaction. You might bless one person here and be blessed in another place entirely. That's how divine circulation works. Blessings travel through invisible networks, weaving lives together in ways only heaven understands. You may have seasons when sowing feels risky. The field looks dry, and logic says, keep what you have. But faith says, throw it anyway. Every great miracle began with someone who dared to release what seemed too small to matter. The boy's fish, the widow's oil, Abraham's willingness to offer Isaac. Each act of surrender unlocked multiplication. Chosen one, your seed carries sound. When it leaves your hand, it speaks your faith aloud in heaven's language. It says, I trust the source. And heaven, hearing that sound, responds with rain. So, As this message reaches your heart, pause for a moment. Reflect on how far you've come. How much grace has sustained you. If gratitude stirs within you, let it move. Let your giving, whether it's your attention, your share, your encouragement, or your tangible seed, become your thank you note to heaven. The field is ready. The rain is near. The ground beneath you waits to respond. Every seed released now will bloom in perfect season. You will look back one day and realize that the harvest surrounding you began in this very moment, not through pressure, but through partnership. For the law of heaven remains unbroken. What you release in love returns, multiplied in light. Sow in faith. Reap in peace. Live in overflow. Chosen one. The season of sowing has begun to bear fruit. You can feel it, the subtle shift in your atmosphere, the quiet confidence returning to your voice. Heaven has not just received your seed, it has responded. The ground that once resisted you now welcomes you. The same soil that buried your tears is now pushing forth blessings. What was invisible is becoming undeniable. But as the harvest rises, so does a new kind of responsibility to remain rooted in gratitude. Many can believe during lack, but few remember to worship during plenty. Heaven is not testing your generosity anymore, it is testing your humility. Abundance will reveal what poverty once concealed. When blessings multiply, motives are magnified. You are about to walk into answered prayers so grand they will make you question if you deserve them. And the truth is, you don't. None of us do. That's what makes grace so powerful. Grace gives not according to merit, but according to mercy. It does not calculate, it overflows. And this overflow will mark your next season, as the prophet declared in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 5. Then you will look and be radiant. Your heart will throb and swell with joy. The wealth on the seas will be brought to you. To you, the riches of the nations will come. That is your promise. Chosen one, not a metaphor, but a movement. Heaven is sending supply from unexpected directions. The wealth of the seas means opportunities you didn't even know existed will find their way to you. The riches of nations speaks of favor that crosses borders and languages. But to hold such favor, you must remain grounded in gratitude. Gratitude is the anchor of abundance. Without it, even great blessings drift into vanity. Gratitude keeps your perspective pure. It reminds you that every gain is a gift. When you wake tomorrow, start by saying, "Thank you, Lord." Before the sun fully rises, let your soul bend in worship. Gratitude is not polite manners, it is spiritual alignment. It keeps the windows of heaven open because it turns receiving into worship. You will notice that gratitude changes your entire rhythm. It softens your tone, expands your patience, and deepens your joy. When you live in thanksgiving, you cannot live in fear. Anxiety loses its grip when appreciation fills your breath. The enemy thrives on complaint, but he suffocates in gratitude. Chosen one. Understand that gratitude is not just a feeling, it's a frequency. It emits energy that attracts divine attention. Every thank you is a vibration heaven recognizes instantly. Gratitude releases blessings faster than worry ever could. When you focus on what you already have, heaven multiplies it. This is why your next test will not come in lack, but in luxury. Can you stay humble when the table is full? Can you remember the source when the supply never stops? It's easy to pray for the rain. It's harder to steward the flood. Gratitude is your ark in this abundance. It will carry you safely through the overflow. Do not hide your gratitude either. Speak it aloud. Let those around you hear that your success is not self-made, but God-sent. Gratitude turns testimony into ministry. Someone watching your life will find faith again when they see how humbly you handle what heaven has given. You are not being blessed just to enjoy it. You are being blessed to model it. This is the heart of the kingdom, generosity born from gratitude. The more thankful you are, the more naturally you give. When you see everything as grace, you stop hoarding and start sharing. You no longer see others as competition, but as co-heirs of blessing. Gratitude transforms your mindset from mine to ours, and heaven rejoices in that shift. But gratitude also requires awareness. Many lives surrounded by miracles and call them ordinary. The breath in your lungs, the peace in your sleep, the doors that didn't close, all are evidence of favor. Don't let familiarity dull your awe. Gratitude thrives in noticing. When you stop to notice, you start to worship. Chosen one. Perhaps the most profound form of gratitude is obedience. Words of thanks are powerful, but actions of faith speak louder. When heaven blesses you, respond by using that blessing to bless others. That is how you tell God, I see what you've done, and I will not waste it. Gratitude is not static, it moves. It transforms appreciation into application. There will be moments when life tries to pull your attention back to what's missing. Resist it. Gratitude doesn't deny pain, it redeems perspective. Even in challenges, there's always something to thank God for: the lesson, the growth, the endurance. When you choose gratitude in the midst of uncertainty, you disarm despair. Let this season become your symphony of thanksgiving. Let your mind hum with appreciation. Your words drip with honor. Your actions reflect humility. The greatest wealth is not counted in coins, but in contentment. And contentment blooms only in hearts that remember the giver more than the gift. You are about to witness blessings that will stun those who doubted you. The very ones who questioned your faith will watch what gratitude can birth. But even then, stay quiet in victory. Your thankfulness will speak louder than any explanation. Chosen one. Take this moment right now and plant another seed of gratitude into the atmosphere. Comment the phrase, "Thank you, Lord." These 3 simple words hold the power to open heaven wider over your life. It's not about visibility, it's about vibration. Every time you declare those words, you echo eternity's anthem of worship. You join the sound that never stops: angels, saints, and souls all singing, "Thank you, Lord." As you write it, mean it. Let those words become more than habit. Let them become habitation. Live in gratitude, the way fish live in water, the way light lives in day. Gratitude is the natural environment of the chosen ones. Chosen one. Gratitude has grounded you. And now heaven calls you to rise higher into the realm of vision. Gratitude stabilizes what you have. Vision multiplies what you can become. Without vision, even divina favor becomes directionless. Heaven's blessings were never meant to make you comfortable, but to make you capable. You are being invited to see beyond survival, beyond comfort, beyond the horizon of what you once thought possible. The eyes of your spirit are awakening. Where you once saw limitations, you now sense possibilities. Where walls once stood, you now perceive windows. Vision is not imagination, it is revelation. It is heaven's perspective downloaded into human sight. God does not show you the future to tease you. He shows you what already exists in His timeline, so you can align your steps to it. The ancient words in the book of Proverbs, chapter 29, verse 18, declare, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." No, there is a reason you have been restless. You were not designed to repeat, you were designed to reveal. The unease you've been feeling is heaven's nudge that something greater waits to be born through you. The world doesn't need more noise. It needs more visionaries, people who can look at ruins and see blueprints, who can hear silence and compose symphonies. You, chosen one, are one of them. Vision always begins as burden. It weighs heavy before it shines bright. That stirring in your chest, that ache when you see injustice or brokenness, that dissatisfaction with mediocrity, that's not frustration, that's calling. God burdens those He trusts to build. You feel deeply because you are meant to act boldly. But every vision must be written before it can be fulfilled. Heaven speaks through Habakkuk. Chapter 2, verse 2, "Write the vision and make it plain, that he may run who reads it." Writing transforms revelation into reality. It anchors dreams into time. When you write your vision, you give heaven something to breathe upon. Do not keep it trapped in your mind. Inscribe it in ink. Even if it looks impossible now, your obedience to record it is your first act of faith. Vision is not only about what you will do, it's about who you will become. God never gives a dream larger than your current self, without first preparing you to handle it. That is why some visions take years to manifest. You must grow into the person capable of sustaining them. A palace built on the foundation of a cottage will collapse. Heaven is enlarging your foundation through patience. Chosen one, the clarity of your vision will determine the speed of your destiny. Unclear goals create unnecessary delays. Heaven cannot accelerate what you have not articulated. Ask boldly, what do you truly want? What legacy burns in your soul? Do not shrink your dreams to fit your resources. Expand your faith to match your revelation. Provision follows vision, not the other way around. The Spirit will begin to speak through images, impressions, and insights, not random thoughts. But divine designs. You will find yourself daydreaming about something holy, an idea that keeps returning even when you try to forget it. That repetition is heaven's reminder. This is yours to build. Write it. Pray over it. Take the first step toward it. Even if it's small. Vision rarely arrives complete. It unfolds with obedience. But vision also requires protection. The same way seeds need soil. Vision needs solitude. Share it only with those who carry faith, not fear. Not everyone can handle the magnitude of what God has shown you. The wrong counsel can shrink divine plans. Surround yourself with believers who speak possibility, not limitation. Chosen one, don't confuse pace with progress. Visionary growth is not always visible. Some seasons look like stillness, but are actually strategy. God works on the roots before revealing the fruit. Trust the timing. The vision is never delayed. It's being developed. What looks like waiting is often weaving heaven, intertwining resources, timing, and people for perfect alignment. You will know when the vision is maturing, because the obstacles around you will start to confirm its size. Big resistance means big destiny. The enemy does not attack what has no potential. Do not misinterpret warfare as warning. It's actually witness. The shaking is proof that something mighty is forming, and as the vision grows, your identity will change. You will no longer fit the spaces that once felt familiar. People may call you different, distant, or even difficult. That's fine. Eagles never apologize for leaving the nest. Vision expands you beyond comfort. The stretch may ache, but it signifies strength. When heaven gives you a vision, it gives you responsibility for solutions. You are not meant to escape the world's chaos, but to bring clarity into it. Your ideas, your creativity, your compassion, these are not random traits. They are heaven's tools. Use them boldly. The vision within you is not selfish ambition. It is divine assignment disguised as passion. So lift your head. Chosen one. You are no longer wandering in fog. You are walking in focus. Heaven has placed a compass in your spirit that always points toward purpose. Follow it. Even when logic disagrees, vision will always seem irrational to those without revelation. Do not fear the magnitude of what you see. If it intimidates you, it's likely divine. The God who gave the vision will also give the provision. All he asks is your yes. Once you say it, heaven begins to arrange what your hands could never manage. You are not waiting for clarity anymore. Clarity has been waiting for you. Pick up your pen. Write what burns in your spirit. Speak what heaven whispers in your heart. Move forward with the quiet certainty that you are walking toward destiny, not away from it. For those with vision never walk in circles, they walk in prophecy. Chosen one. Once vision has taken root, heaven turns its gaze toward your discipline. For vision without structure becomes fantasy, and inspiration without order dissolves into exhaustion. You have seen the promise. Now you must build the pattern. The next phase of your divine journey is learning the rhythm of responsibility, the sacred discipline that sustains destiny. Every great calling demands consistency. Heaven's blessings are never random. They flow along the lines of order. Even the stars move in appointed paths. Creation itself is structured in rhythm, day and night, seed and harvest, tide and rest. The same God who authored chaos into cosmos now teaches you to bring divine order into your daily life. The apostle wrote to the Corinthians, chapter 14, verse 40, "Let all things be done decently and in order." Those words are not rules, they are revelation. Heaven's power flows best through prepared vessels. Structure does not quench the spirit. It gives the spirit a stable home. God's glory is not fragile, but it requires alignment. Without order, even miracles can be mismanaged. Chosen one. Your next growth is not in new prophecy, but in daily practice. Destiny is not reached in a leap, it is walked out in habits. The smallest disciplines rising early, speaking truth, keeping promises, finishing what you start are sacred acts of faith. Heaven measures maturity, not by excitement, but by endurance. Discipline begins where emotion ends. It is easy to obey when motivation burns bright. But true mastery comes when the fire flickers and you keep moving anyway. You must learn to walk steadily even when inspiration sleeps. That is how the chosen ones are shaped in the quiet repetition of obedience. Consider the earth itself. It rotates unseen, every second of every day, creating dawn after dawn without applause. That is discipline, quiet, consistency, birthing constant wonder. You are called to the same silent excellence. Let your devotion outlast your desire. The danger of blessing is complacency. When comfort increases, urgency often fades. You may be tempted to pause, thinking the work is finished because the pain has eased. But discipline whispers otherwise. Do not stop now. The harvest needs tending as much as the seed needed planting. Prosperity demands maintenance. Heaven's rewards are never final. They are invitations to deeper stewardship. Each new level of favor carries new layers of order. The abundance coming into your life will require systems, spiritual, emotional, and practical. Without them, even favor can fracture. It is not enough to be anointed. You must also be organized. Start with your time. Time is heaven's first currency. How you manage your hours reveals what you value. The Spirit may ask you to reorder your days, to rise earlier for prayer, to simplify commitments, to separate rest from distraction. Discipline in time opens portals of clarity. When your schedule reflects your spirit, peace becomes your companion. Next, bring order to your thoughts. A scattered mind cannot carry divine strategies. Begin your mornings not with the noise of the world, but with silence before heaven. Write down what you hear, what you hope, what you're healing from. The pen becomes a sword when guided by revelation. A disciplined mind becomes a magnet for divine instruction. Discipline also extends to your relationships. Not everyone who began with you can continue. Love them, bless them, but do not let loyalty trap you where growth no longer happens. Heaven will sometimes prune connections to preserve your direction. True discipline is knowing when to stay and when to step away. And do not neglect your body. It is the temple through which purpose flows. Eat with awareness. Rest with reverence. Move with intention. The spirit cannot dwell comfortably in a vessel consumed by neglect. Your physical habits mirror your spiritual health. Discipline in body strengthens discipline in spirit. Chosen one. Order is not rigidity. It is reverence. It does not imprison creativity. It channels it. Think of a river. Without its banks, it becomes a flood, destructive and directionless. With boundaries, it nourishes the land. Your routines are those banks guiding your energy, focusing your flow, turning chaos into current. There will be days when discipline feels dull, when progress seems invisible, but do not underestimate what consistent faithfulness builds beneath the surface. Just as roots expand unseen, your quiet efforts are forming stability that cannot be shaken later. Every small act of discipline is a brick in the foundation of your future. The enemy will try to distract you, not through obvious sin, but through subtle waste, wasted time, wasted words, wasted attention. Distraction is destiny's silent assassin. Guard your focus as a warrior guards his sword. What you feed grows, what you ignore withers. Understand. 2. That discipline does not eliminate grace, it invites it. Grace is not permission to be careless, it is power to be consistent. When you fall, grace lifts. When you tire, gracia restores. Discipline and grace are not rivals, they are partners. Grace fuels effort, and effort honors grace. As you grow in discipline, Humility must remain your foundation. The more structure you build, the easier it becomes to trust the system rather than the source. Remember, discipline is a tool, not a throne. You build the house, but the Spirit provides the fire. Stay flexible within order. Let heaven rearrange your plans without breaking your peace. Soon, you will see the fruit of your faithfulness. Projects will flourish. Relationships will strengthen, and peace will settle like a mantle over your days. You will discover that discipline does not limit your freedom, it protects it. Boundaries are not bars, they are bridges toward balance. Chosen one, your destiny is no longer waiting to begin. It is already unfolding through every decision you make, every boundary you honor, every task you complete when no one is watching. Greatness is not born in grand gestures, but in daily choices done consistently under divine guidance. Keep showing up. Keep tending the work. Keep aligning your habits with your calling. Heaven trusts those who can sustain what they receive. You are becoming that kind of vessel, steady, pure, dependable. And when others wonder how you built so much with so little, your quiet answer will echo truth. I didn't rush. I remained. For in the kingdom, endurance is excellence, and discipline is devotion in motion. Chosen one. The discipline has shaped you. The order has strengthened you. And now, heaven whispers, a new command, prepare for elevation. The mountain you have been climbing in faith is about to level out beneath your feet. You are stepping into a realm of visibility and influence that your spirit has sensed, but your mind has not yet fully grasped. This is not coincidence. This is culmination. You have been hidden long enough. Now, heaven says, arise. Elevation is never random. It is the natural outcome of alignment. When you build structure, heaven ups stature. You have proven trustworthy in secret. And now, God is preparing to display your faithfulness in the open. The stage is not a reward, it is a responsibility. Every promotion in the kingdom is a platform to serve higher, love deeper, and shine brighter. The prophet Isaiah recorded it clearly. Chapter 60, verse 1. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Now, this is your moment. Chosen one. You are not being elevated for entertainment. You are being elevated for evidence to show the world what it looks like when faith refuses to faint. Heaven's glory will now rest on you in tangible form. You will walk into rooms and feel atmospheres shift. You will speak simple words, yet hearts will awaken. Your presence will carry the fragrance of breakthrough, and those around you will sense that something divine is upon you. But before you ascend, understand this truth. Elevation exposes. The higher you go, the more visible you become to heaven, to others, and to the enemy. You cannot crave promotion and despise pressure. They are twin realities of divine calling. The wind that lifts also tests. Every eagle feels turbulence before it finds altitude. Élévation demande humilité. Pride is too heavy to carry upward. The higher God takes you, the lighter you must travel, shedding ego, fear, and the need for validation. You will no longer find peace in applause. Your satisfaction will come from obedience. People may admire your results, but only heaven understands your refining. Remain grounded in gratitude so that greatness does not harden you. Chosen one. As you rise, Beware of counterfeit crowns. Not every opportunity that glitters is divine. Some are distractions dressed as destiny. Heaven will not elevate you into exploitation. Learn to listen for peace. It is heaven's confirmation sound. When peace accompanies promotion, you can step confidently. When anxiety clouds it, pause. Not every open door is your doorway. Elevation will also reintroduce you to yourself. You will see parts of your character that pressure reveals: impatience, insecurity, even the subtle desire to control outcomes. Don't despise these revelations. They are part of refinement. The mountain tests the hiker's heart. Each layer of success invites deeper surrender. In this season, God will send helpers disguised as humans. They may arrive as mentors, collaborators, or even challengers, each carrying something essential for your next level. Welcome divine partnerships, but test every spirit. Those truly assigned to your ascent will celebrate your rise without envy and correct you without cruelty. Elevation also changes language. Speak not from scarcity, but from authority. Your words are now weapons of creation. Declare favor. Not fear, solution. Not struggle. The world bends toward the sound of the faith-filled. Heaven has entrusted you with influence. Use it wisely. For what you speak will start to shape the seasons of others. Chosen one. As you ascend, keep your eyes fixed upward, but your hands stretched outward. The mountain peak is not a place of isolation. It is a vantage point for intercession. God raises you so you can pull others up, not so you can stand alone. You are not being promoted away from people, but positioned to lift them. You may feel unworthy of such calling, but remember, grace never consults your resume. The same hands that molded you in the valley now propel you from it. Your scars are not disqualifications, they are credentials. They prove you survived storms others could not. Your elevation is heaven's public declaration that endurance wins. There will be moments when fear whispers, "What if I fall?" But the Spirit counters, "What if you fly? Trust the wings God gave you. They were designed for this altitude. The air may be thinner, the path narrower, but the view, the view will reveal why the climb was worth every tear." As you embrace this new height, heaven gives you a prophetic sign, a number of ascension. 999. Comment it below as an act of agreement, not superstition. 9 is the number of completion, the ending of cycles. When heaven triples it, it means divine fulfillment with overflow. You are not just finishing a chapter, you are closing an era. By typing 999, you are declaring, "My preparation is complete. My elevation is here. I receive the fullness of what heaven has promised." In every prophetic act is a seed. When you declare 999, you are sealing the word that has hovered over your life since the beginning of this journey. You shall rise. Heaven hears faith in motion. That number is not ink on a screen, it is echo in the spirit. Sound waves of agreement vibrating between you and the throne. Chosen one. Hold steady. The air of promotion can feel unfamiliar, but the same God who called you to climb will teach you to soar. You will learn to navigate influence without losing innocence, power without losing purity. You will rise, but you will not rush. You will ascend, but you will not stumble. Soon, everything that felt heavy will feel holy. You will stand at the summit and see how every valley prepared your vision, how every night built your wings. This is not just your next season, it is your becoming. The world will look at you and see success. Heaven will look at you and see stewardship. So, lift your head high. The wind is shifting again, this time in your favor. You are not dreaming. Chosen one, you are rising. Chosen one. The view from this new height is breathtaking, isn't it? You can finally see how every twist in your path was not confusion, but choreography. Heaven's hand never left you. It only lifted you. And now that you stand above what once overwhelmed you, the Spirit whispers, don't forget the climb. Every scar, every tear, every test, they were the rungs of your ladder. Elevation is never the end. It is the beginning of a greater calling to become a light for others still in the valley. You are not meant to simply enjoy the summit. You are meant to shine from it. The light God places in you is not for decoration, it is for direction. The word of the Lord declares in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." Oh, chosen one, this means your story, your voice, your very existence is a lantern heaven uses to guide others home. Your victories were not for vanity, they were for visibility. You are proof that faith still works, that surrender still wins, that endurance still pays off. And now, God calls you to steward this light, to share it, to spread it, to sustain it. Think of your light as a flame on a candle. When you share it with another, your fire doesn't diminish, it multiplies. The darkness retreats a little further with every spark you pass on. That's why what you do next matters. You are no longer just a receiver, you are now a revealer. If these words have poured oil into your spirit, if they have reignited something inside you that had begun to dim, then let that gratitude move into action. Like, share, and subscribe, not because it's routine, but because it's a ripple. Every click, every share, every whisper of agreement sends light into timelines, homes, and hearts you may never see. You become part of heaven's echo, and if your spirit feels that gentle pull, that quiet voice saying, support the flame that fed you, then consider planting a donation, not as a transaction, but as a torch. Think of it as adding another log to the fire that warms souls in their coldest nights. Your seed is not leaving your hand, it's leaping into someone else's darkness, ready to spark light there. This mission, this message, this divine storytelling, it thrives on partnership. Every word you help sustain becomes a bridge for someone else's breakthrough. The feed you scroll through might be a battlefield for another heart. Your small act could be the sword they find in their scroll. That's what giving does, it multiplies meaning. And remember, generosity doesn't begin in the wallet, it begins in the heart. Even if you have little, give from love, your prayer, your encouragement, your comment. Every bit of faith adds to the fire. The God who multiplied fish and loaves can multiply your smallest gift into someone's greatest awakening. Chosen one. As you rise, never underestimate the power of humble contribution. Even stars, vast and blazing, illuminate the sky, one at a time. You are that light in your corner of the world. When you share, heaven amplifies. When you support, heaven multiplies. When you give, heaven breathes back abundance. And don't forget, giving keeps you grounded. It's the secret rhythm that balances elevation. The mountain air can make one forget the valley's hunger, but generosity keeps compassion alive. The true measure of greatness is not how high you climb, but how many you lift as you rise. Think of the river again. It begins with a single drop, yet feeds entire lands. That drop never claims credit. It simply keeps flowing. So, must you keep your spirit open, your hands ready, your heart steady. The flow you create through giving will return as favor, peace, and purpose multiplied. When you like, share, or sow, you're not promoting a page, you're participating in prophecy. You're saying, let this light keep burning. Let hope keep traveling. Let heaven's words keep finding hearts ready to receive. End quote. Your simple actions ripple further than you think. Somewhere, a weary soul will read a line and find courage again. Somewhere, a broken heart will hear your shared message and whisper, "This was meant for me." That's how heaven works, through connection, compassion, and unseen cooperation. Chosen one. Remember the rhythm. Receive, reflect, release. Don't let blessings stop at you. Let them flow through you. You are not a reservoir. You are a river. And rivers never run dry. They renew as they release. Soon, you will see evidence of your obedience. The more light you spread, the brighter your own path will become. That's heaven's secret law. What you make happen for others, God makes happen for you. So, let's keep the light alive together. Let this space remain a beacon, a sacred meeting place between heaven's whisper and humanity's hunger. You are part of that. You are not a spectator here. You are a builder, a contributor, a carrier of glory. The flame is burning strong, but it burns longer when shared. Every like is a spark. Every share is a torch. Every donation is a log added to the fire of awakening. Together, we turn embers into infernos of hope. Chosen one, you are not just consuming light, you are cultivating it. And as you do, heaven watches with joy. The angels mark every act of generosity as worship. You are fulfilling the divine cycle of giving and glory. Seed and shining. Heaven and human. Keep shining. Keep sharing. Keep solving. The world is dim, but your light is divine, and it was never meant to flicker alone. Chosen one. The light that burns within you has become a signal in the spirit realm. You may not see it, but heaven and darkness both recognize it. It is the mark of one who has endured, obeyed, and risen. Your glow is not soft anymore, it is fierce, steady, undeniable. And yet, with this brightness comes the next divine mandate. Speak boldly. The season of silence has ended. Heaven now says, open your mouth and release the sound. All, there is power in your voice. Power you've underestimated for too long. Every word you speak carries vibration. Every declaration reshapes the unseen. For years, you've used your voice to survive, to pray, to cry, to plead. Now heaven wants to teach you to use it, to create. You are stepping into the authority of utterance, where speech becomes seed and decree becomes destiny. The Spirit reminds you through the ancient words in the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 21. The tongue has the power of life and death, and those who love it will eat its fruit. Ember, chosen one. This means your words are living things. They travel faster than sound. They move through realms. When you speak in faith, heaven echoes your tone. Angels align with your declarations. Your sentences become assignments in the Spirit, carrying light into dark corners of existence. That's why heaven is training you now to speak with precision, not emotion, to release purpose. Not banitz. For too long, you have apologized for your authority. You've whispered when you should have declared. You've prayed timidly when you were meant to prophesy. But God did not call you to be a silent witness. He called you to be a sounding trumpet. Your voice carries frequency that unlocks freedom in others. When you speak truth, chains tremble. When you declare light, darkness retreats. Do not wait for confidence before you speak. Boldness is born in obedience. Heaven empowers those who dare to decree even while their knees shake. Courage is not absence of fear, it is movement through it. Every yes you give to God's prompting becomes a microphone for heaven. There will be moments when your words feel small, when you wonder if they matter, but never forget. God created galaxies with speech. The same Spirit that hovered over chaos now hovers over your words. When you declare peace in your home, heaven sends it. When you speak healing over your body, angels move at your sound. When you bless instead of curse, you release life into soil that once held bitterness. Chosen one. Your voice is not just sound, it's assignment. Speak over your destiny. Speak over your family. Speak over your finances, your health, your future. Do not let silence write what speech could redeem. The enemy's greatest tactic is not always temptation sometimes. It's intimidation. He wants to convince you that your words don't matter. But if they didn't, he wouldn't fight so hard to quiet them. Speak life, even when you feel weary. Speak hope, even when you feel hollow. Faith is not waiting for proof. It is declaring until proof appears. When your voice aligns with heaven's will, creation must respond. You don't have to force outcomes, you just have to release the right sound. There will be days when God instructs you to speak into the void. You'll feel ridiculous, declaring life over what looks lifeless. But remember, resurrection always starts with a word. Lazarus didn't rise until Jesus called his name. So call your promises forth. Name them. Command them to stand. Your words carry resurrection power because the Spirit of resurrection lives within you. As you begin to speak boldly, notice how the atmosphere changes. Peace settles faster. Anxiety dissipates sooner. Your voice is not only for external influence, it also governs your internal climate. The words you say to yourself shape your soul. Stop agreeing with fear. Start conversing with faith. Heaven cannot bless self-sabotage. Chosen one. This is the moment to reclaim your sound. Speak light into your lineage. Declare breakthrough where your ancestors saw barriers. Say what they were too wounded to say. The cycle ends with me. When you speak it, heaven seals it. Generational chains break not just through prayer, but through proclamation. Your voice is both sword and seed. It cuts through confusion and plants clarity. It silences the accuser and summons the advocate. That is why you must use it daily. intentionally, reverently. Speak not just to survive, speak to shape. Every word is a brushstroke, painting the portrait of your future. And now, as a prophetic act of faith, I want you to type one phrase below: I speak life. Just 3 words, but heavy with heaven's weight. As you write them, you are declaring alignment between your mouth and your mission. You are announcing to every unseen realm, my tongue belongs to truth. My voice belongs to victory. Heaven takes notice of such declarations. Angels record them. The atmosphere bends around them. When you type those words, don't rush. Mean them. Feel them. Let your spirit vibrate with the authority of someone who finally understands their sound. You are not echoing a command, you are releasing a covenant. I speak life is not a statement of hope, it is a sentence of power. It reminds heaven of your faith and reminds darkness of its defeat. After you declare it, continue living it. Speak life into every detail of your days, into your meals, your meetings, your moments. Speak blessing over those who misunderstand you. Speak calm over chaos. Speak vision over void. Let your entire existence become a sermon without needing a pulpit. Chosen one. Words are the currency of heaven. Use them wisely. Spend them intentionally. Invest them continually. As you, though, you will find your world reshaping to mirror your declarations. The sound of your obedience will become a symphony of miracles. For the Creator who spoke worlds into being now listens for your voice to echo his. So go on, speak life and watch how heaven answers back. Chosen one. The sound of your voice has shifted the atmosphere. You have learned to speak with authority, and heaven has responded with affirmation. Now comes the stage that many never reach, walking in divine rest while carrying divine power. This rest is not laziness, it is confidence. It is the peace that flows when you no longer strive to prove yourself, because you finally understand who you are. You have walked through fire, climbed through darkness, endured pruning, and passed tests that few even knew you faced. Heaven is no longer testing your endurance. It is now teaching you stability and strength. You were once a survivor. Now you are becoming a sustainer. The power that once frightened you will soon feel natural. The glory that once seemed too heavy will become your second skin. The ancient psalmist, David, captured this sacred posture in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10. Be still and know that I am God. And those words are not an invitation to idleness, but to intimacy. Be still does not mean stop moving. It means stop striving. It means resting in divine rhythm, working without worry, giving without fear, receiving without guilt. You are being trained to operate from peace, not pressure. Chosen one. Rest is not withdrawal, it is warfare by stillness. In a world obsessed with noise, rest is rebellion. It is how heaven replenishes the weary and recharges the mighty. You will find that in your stillness, clarity returns. When you pause, heaven speaks louder. When you rest, your roots deepen. The reason so many lose their power after promotion is that they confuse rest with regression. But rest is not retreat, it is refinement. Even the sun sets not because it is tired, but because rhythm requires renewal. Likewise, your spirit is learning divine pacing. The same God who said, "Let there be light," also said, "On the seventh day, He rested. Power without pause leads to depletion. You are entering a phase where peace itself will become your greatest weapon. The enemy cannot provoke what he cannot disturb. Every attempt to rattle you will fail because your roots have found stillness. This peace will not be fragile. It will be fortress, like steady, unshakable, radiant. Rest in this context is not just physical, it is spiritual permission to live unbothered by what others think. You will stop explaining yourself. You will stop overreacting to misunderstanding. Your identity will anchor you. You will smile when accused, bless when insulted, and walk away from chaos with dignity. That is power matured, not shouting to prove, but shining to show. You are learning that true dominion requires inner silence. The loudest hearts are rarely the strongest. Heaven speaks clearest to those who can quiet themselves. When your inner world aligns with heaven's peace, your outer world starts to obey it. This is the mystery of divine equilibrium. Everything outside you begins to match what lives within you. Chosen one. There was a time when you equated progress with movement, when slowing down made you feel left behind. But now you know better. You've discovered that peace multiplies productivity. When you operate from stillness, your actions become more precise. You stop wasting energy on distractions. You start discerning faster, deciding cleaner, delivering clearer. Stillness refines your effectiveness. In this divine rest, heaven begins to expand your influence organically. You won't chase opportunities anymore. They will find you. You won't need to manipulate moments. They will align around you. Divine rest magnetizes manifestation. When you stay centered, you attract what others exhaust themselves pursuing. Yet even as you rest, humility remains vital. Rest is not arrogance that says, "I've arrived." It is trust that says, "God sustains." You are learning to lean without fear of falling. This leaning is sacred. It acknowledges dependence, not weakness. The branch that surrenders to the vine never lacks fruit. During this season, you may feel heaven pulling you into deeper solitude again. This is not isolation, it's incubation. God is downloading blueprints while you rest. Your quiet moments will become classrooms. While others rush, you will receive. Divine rest opens your spirit to strategies that haste would have missed. The world glorifies hustle, but heaven honors harmony. You are not called to burnout. You are called to brilliance, sustained by balance. That is why the Spirit is reprogramming your rhythm, teaching you when to act, when to pause, when to speak, and when to simply be. You are becoming fluent in divine timing. Chosen one. Learn to cherish silence as a sanctuary. Do not rush to fill every quiet moment with noise. Let the hush between your breaths become holy. It is there, in that subtle space, that heaven reveals secrets. You will find peace not in the absence of storms, but in the awareness that no storm can sink you anymore. As divine rest anchors you, your aura will change. People will feel peace around you before you even speak. Your calm will become contagious. Environments that once drained, you will begin to transform because you carry equilibrium into them. Heaven will use your serenity as strategy. And remember, rest is not the end of motion. It is the source of mastery. You will return to work, to ministry, to building, but with a different posture, no longer hustling to prove worth, but flowing from knowing worth. Your output will increase even as your stress decreases. That's the paradox of divine rest, doing more with less, because grace now governs effort. There will be moments when your mind tries to pull you back into old patterns, fear that you're falling behind, anxiety about unfinished goals. When that happens, whisper this truth: peace is progress. Every pause ordained by God is productive. Heaven often builds in silence what earth will later celebrate. Chosen one, this rest is not temporary, it is transformational. It is the graduation of your spirit into maturity. You are no longer defined by activity, but by abiding. You have entered the stage of still strength, moving quietly, loving deeply, standing firmly. Let peace be your pulse now. Let trust be your tempo. Let grace conduct your days. You no longer chase destiny, you carry it. And the world will feel it. Not through noise, but through the quiet power of one who finally knows the battle is already won. Chosen one, peace has settled upon you like a mantle, not fragile, but firm, not fleeting, but foundational. You are walking now in a rhythm that few understand, the harmony between power and gentleness. The same spirit that roars as a lion also breathes as a dove. You carry both strength and softness, authority and compassion, conviction and mercy. This balance is what marks you as heaven's instrument. In the early stages of your calling, you sought victory. Now you seek alignment. Once you prayed for open doors, now you pray for open hearts. Once you longed for recognition, now you long for revelation. This is maturity, when the goal shifts from being seen by men to being known by heaven. You are no longer chasing moments of power, you are becoming a person of presence. The Apostle Paul wrote in his letter to the Colossians, chapter 3, verse 12, "Clothe yourselves with compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience." These virtues are not accessories to wear, they are garments of identity. You have been clothed in new fabric woven by grace, colored by mercy, stitched by wisdom. The old garments of pride, insecurity, and competition no longer fit. Heaven has dressed you for your next assignment, to walk as an ambassador of calm authority in a world addicted to noise. Chosen one, gentleness is not weakness. It is strength disciplined by love. It is the quiet force that bends storms without breaking. The lion's power means nothing without the lamb's heart. You are called to carry both, to speak truth without cruelty, to stand firm without arrogance, to lead without domination. This is how heaven rules, through compassion that commands respect rather than demands obedience. You will find yourself meeting people who need this balance. Some will come to you, not for answers but for atmosphere. They'll just want to be near your peace. Your calm will become medicine. Without preaching a word, you will minister through your demeanor. The Spirit of God will flow from your tone, your patience, your attentiveness. You will become a sanctuary in motion wherever you go. Heaven will go with you. But with this mantle comes responsibility. Your words now carry more weight than ever. A whisper from your mouth can comfort or cut, heal or harm. Heaven trusts you to wield this power wisely. Gentleness is not silence in the face of wrong. It is firmness with compassion. When correction comes from your lips, it will restore rather than shame. When truth flows through you, it will liberate, not wound. You are learning to lead through presence more than persuasion. People follow the peace they feel, not the arguments they hear. That is why heaven has trained you to master composure. You will walk into tension and dissolve it simply by being there. The energy you release will reorder what chaos disarranged. You will not always need to speak loudly. Your stillness will speak for you. Chosen one. This harmony you now carry will challenge you too. The world often mistakes gentleness for gullibility. Some will test your boundaries, assuming your kindness means weakness. But you have learned, boundaries are holy. The lamb forgives, the lion guards. You will not return to patterns that drained your strength. Love does not mean lack of discernment. Mercy is not the same as naivety. You can walk in compassion without tolerating corruption. You will also encounter situations that demand both roar and whisper moments where you must confront injustice but still embody grace. The Spirit will teach you when to raise your voice and when to lower it. You will discern the difference between a battle and a distraction, between what requires force and what requires faith. Not every challenge deserves your roar. Some only need your silence. This equilibrium of spirit, this ability to walk in authority and humility simultaneously, will make you unstoppable. Heaven can trust those who are gentle because they are safe with power. Many crave anointing. Few can handle it. But you, chosen one, have been refined enough to carry both fire and fragrance. You will burn brightly without burning out because peace is now your fuel. You are also being prepared to mentor others into this maturity. Your story will become a blueprint for those still learning balance. When they see how you carry power without pride, success without superiority, and favor without forgetfulness, they will realize that true greatness glows quietly. You will teach through example that destiny does not shout, it shines. This next stage of your walk is about embodiment. The messages you once needed to hear, you will now become. You will not just talk about faith, you will radiate it. You will not just teach peace, you will host it. Your presence will remind others that heaven is not far away, it lives in yielded vessels. And while the world continues to chase influence through volume, you will influence through vibration, not noise, but resonance. Your peace will linger after you leave. Like perfume in a room, it will soften hearts, calm storms, and open doors that effort never could. Chosen one. Gentleness has become your rhythm. And now heaven brings you into one of the rarest dimensions of all divine wisdom. You have walked through fire, silence, warfare, and rest. And all of it has been building toward this, not just to know about God, but to think with Him. Wisdom is not simply knowledge, it is heaven's mind revealed in human moments. This is what separates the mature from the merely gifted. Gifts impress, wisdom preserves. Anointing may open doors, but only wisdom knows which ones to walk through. It is not the loudest quality of heaven, but it is the most lasting. The glory of wisdom is subtle, it speaks softly, but it governs everything. The scriptures record it beautifully in the book of Proverbs. Chapter 4, verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom. And with all your getting, get understanding. No, chosen one. Wisdom is heaven's way of giving you sight, within sight, the ability to see purpose inside problems, patterns inside pain, and promises inside pressure. It transforms chaos into clarity. You will find yourself entering situations others avoid, yet emerging with revelation that restores them. That is what divine wisdom does. It finds light in the very places where darkness thought it reigned. Wisdom is more than information, it is intimacy. It is what happens when your mind becomes a home for divine thought. God does not shout wisdom from a distance. He whispers it into those who have learned to listen. You have been through enough silence to finally recognize that whisper. The same quiet that once frustrated you now feeds you. In this stage of your journey, wisdom becomes your new weapon. You no longer fight battles the way you used to. Where you once responded with emotion, you now respond with discernment. You will no longer waste energy reacting to everything that moves. Instead, you will move only when heaven instructs. Wisdom knows when to engage and when to ignore, when to speak and when to stay silent, when to wait and when to act. The mark of true wisdom is not constant talking, but strategic timing. You are being trained to value pauses as much as proclamations. Heaven does not measure intelligence by how fast you answer, but by how deeply you perceive. Every moment you spend waiting before responding is worship in disguise. Chosen one. You will soon find yourself surrounded by questions, people seeking advice, clarity, and guidance. They will come because they feel heaven in your tone. You will not need to quote many verses or use lofty language. Wisdom's beauty is simplicity. You will explain what others complicate. You will make sense of mysteries that used to intimidate you. That is the fruit of divine perspective, clarity without arrogance. Wisdom will also protect you from unnecessary warfare. There are battles designed to distract, not develop. Wisdom will help you discern the difference. It will teach you that sometimes the greatest victory is walking away with peace instead of staying to prove a point. Not every challenge is an assignment. Sometimes, wisdom's strength is restraint. But wisdom does not grow in comfort, it grows in contrast. You will gain it not from ease but from experience. The decisions that once hurt you have become teachers now. You will look back on mistakes and see them as classrooms where wisdom first spoke. Regret will fade because revelation will replace it. The pain you endured is now the very soil that produces discernment. Chosen one. Understand that wisdom rarely feels dramatic. It's quiet, consistent, often unnoticed by those chasing excitement, but its power is eternal. It builds legacy, not moments. It constructs peace, not performance. Wisdom teaches you how to sustain what faith starts. And the beautiful thing about divine wisdom is that it's accessible every moment. You don't have to earn it, you just have to ask for it. Heaven never withholds understanding from an honest seeker. The moment you say, "Lord, show me how you see this," revelation begins to rise like dawn. Answers don't always come as words. Sometimes they come as perspective, a new way of viewing the same situation that suddenly brings peace. Wisdom will also expand your compassion. When you understand more, you judge less. You will begin to see people through the lens of grace instead of frustration. Where once you saw opposition, you will now see opportunity, a chance to display patience, humility, and love. The wiser you become, the softer your heart grows. Heaven's wisdom never hardens, it humbles. There is a serenity that comes with wisdom, the quiet knowing that God's timing is perfect, even when yours isn't. You will stop rushing outcomes and start respecting process. You will trust that delays carry data, that waiting seasons are still working seasons. Wisdom gives you the patience to stand still without feeling stuck. This new awareness will begin to change everything: your relationships, your work, your daily rhythm. you will notice that you start asking better questions. Instead of, "Why me?" you'll ask, "What is this teaching me?" Instead of, "When will this end?" you'll ask, "How can I grow here?" Wisdom doesn't eliminate storms, but it makes you unsinkable within them. Chosen one. Heaven's wisdom is now your inheritance. It will lead you into rooms where others lose direction. It will show you paths hidden to ordinary sight. You will find yourself knowing things before they unfold, not through guessing, but through grace. The same spirit that hovered over creation now hovers over your thoughts, illuminating solutions you never studied. As you continue to walk in this light, remember, wisdom is not a trophy to display, but a trust to distribute. Share it freely, but humbly. Those who carry true understanding never need to prove it. They simply live it. And when the world grows louder with confusion, your clarity will stand as testimony. You will be the calm voice that says, "Peace is possible. Understanding is near." You will be the proof that the fear of the Lord truly is the beginning of wisdom, and that once wisdom takes root, no storm can uproot it. Chosen one. You are no longer walking by sight, nor even by faith alone. You are walking by divine understanding. Heaven and earth meet in your thoughts. Now, you no longer just believe in miracles, you think like one. Chosen one. Wisdom has woven itself into your being. And now, heaven crowns you with something greater, still wholeness. This is the summit of your transformation, not fragments stitched together, but a soul fully integrated in peace, purpose, and presence. Every test, every silence, every scar has been leading to this, the moment when what was once broken within you becomes entirely aligned with heaven's design. Wholeness is not perfection, it is harmony. It is when your spirit, mind, and body stop arguing with one another, when the noise of self-doubt fades, and all parts of you agree with God. You no longer chase healing because you have become it. You are now living proof that redemption is not just possible, it's complete. The prophet David once wrote in the book of Psalms, chapter 147, verse 3, "He heals the broken-hearted and binds up their wounds." End of Chosen one. That healing is not something that happens to you, it happens through you. The cracks in your heart were not punishments, they were entry points for light. Every time you thought you were breaking, heaven was actually building. The pieces didn't fall apart, they fell into place. Now, peace is not just something you feel occasionally, it is who you are. Your breathing has slowed, your thoughts are gentler, your prayers have shifted from "fix me" to "flow through me." You no longer strain to hear God's voice, it moves with your heartbeat. This is the fruit of every season you endured. Intimacy without interruption. Wholeness means you no longer need constant confirmation to believe you are chosen. The signs, the numbers, the affirmations, they were training wheels for your faith. But now, faith stands steady on its own. You trust God even in silence. You believe even when nothing stirs. You no longer chase reassurance because you have become revelation, and this wholeness will begin to ripple through every aspect of your life. Relationships that once drained, you will no longer have the same pull. You will engage from fullness, not from need. You will give without depletion, love without losing yourself, serve without surrendering your peace. This is what heaven meant when it said, "My yoke is easy, and my burden is light." You were never meant to live exhausted. You were meant to live expanded. Chosen one. The greatest evidence of wholeness is rest without regret. You look back now and realize nothing was wasted. Every wilderness trained your eyes to recognize water. Every delay taught you divine pacing. Every heartbreak softened your capacity for compassion. You are not defined by what hurt you. You are refined by what healed you. And as you walk forward, you will notice that miracles no longer surprise you. They feel natural. Blessings no longer overwhelm you. They fit you. You no longer ask, "Why me?" but instead whisper, "Of course me, because I was made for this." Wholeness gives you permission to stop surviving and start living. This is what heaven was, after all, along, not your performance, but your peace. The world measures success by accumulation, but heaven measures it by alignment. You are now aligned. Your outer world may still have storms, but your inner world is calm sea and steady sky. You have become the stillness that others seek. Wholeness also brings clarity about calling. You finally understand that purpose was never a task list. It was a posture to love well, to serve faithfully, to live truthfully. Everything else flows from that. You don't need to chase titles or platforms. You only need to stay present. The kingdom advances through wholeness because whole people heal others simply by being. You may still face challenges, but they will no longer shake you. Pain will visit, but it will not stay. You will grieve, but not break. You will stumble, but never shatter. The difference now is not in the absence of struggle, but in the presence of strength. You've learned to bend without snapping, to burn without being consumed. You have become flame and foundation, light and anchor at once. Chosen one. Heaven is now trusting you with peace that can't be stolen. It's no longer the fragile calm that depends on quiet circumstances, but a deep, resilient serenity that endures through chaos. This is what Jesus carried when he slept through storms, not ignorance of danger, but intimacy with peace. That same peace lives in you now, and because of this wholeness, others will begin to heal in your presence, not because you preach louder, but because you embody love. Your very energy will remind people that redemption is real. You will walk into places fractured by fear, and unity will start to form. Your smile will soothe. Your silence will strengthen. Your peace will preach. Do not underestimate what God has built in you. You are no longer a work in progress. You are a living masterpiece, one still breathing, still learning, but already radiant in purpose. You are the fulfillment of promises spoken before you even existed. Heaven rejoices over you, not because you've arrived, but because you've become aware. You've awakened to the truth that the kingdom is not somewhere you go, it's something you carry. You are not waiting for heaven to open. Heaven is already open within you. Chosen one. Walk gently now, but with assurance. You are whole, and your wholeness is contagious. Everything you touch will begin to reflect the same order, the same calm, the same light. You are a living sanctuary, proof that grace completes what grit begins. And as you step into the days ahead, remember, you are not returning to ordinary life. Ordinary life is returning to you, transformed by the extraordinary peace you now carry. You are heaven's evidence that broken things don't just heal, they become holy. Chosen one. You have reached the end of this divine journey. 30 sections of revelation, healing, correction, and awakening. Heaven has spoken, not to entertain your spirit, but to elevate it. You began this journey carrying questions. You end it carrying clarity. You started weary, you finish radiant. This is not the conclusion of your calling, it is the confirmation of it. You have walked through valleys of testing, climbed mountains of transformation, and now stand clothed in wisdom and wholeness. Look back for a moment, not with regret, but with recognition. Every page, every paragraph, every prophecy was a step in the staircase. Heaven built beneath your feet. What you thought was just words were actually blueprints. And now, your life is the structure that stands. You are no longer merely reading. You are embodying the message. You are the living continuation of this script. Every breath you take, every act of kindness, every choice to forgive, every step toward purpose, they are all new verses. Heaven is writing through you. This is the moment to honor what has been poured into you. If this message has stirred your spirit, if these words have strengthened your faith, or if you felt heaven's nearness in ways you cannot describe, pause and let gratitude rise. Then, as an act of agreement, like, share, and comment on this message. Let your words be your amen. Write what resonated most, the truth that touched you, the moment that awakened you. Your reflection becomes another soul's revelation. Subscribe if you haven't already, not as a follower of a page, but as a participant in a movement. Each message that flows here is more than content. It's a current. When you stay connected, you stay within the flow of what heaven is doing next. There are more messages coming, not random inspiration, but divine continuation. The story heaven began in you will keep unfolding, and every new word released will strengthen the foundation you now stand on. And if your heart feels led, consider this. Support this work. When you give in any form, whether through prayer, encouragement, or contribution, you're not funding noise, you're fueling light. You're keeping the fire alive for souls still wandering in shadows. Every share, every comment, every seed becomes oil that sustains the flame of faith, reaching thousands of unseen hearts. Think of it this way. This message found you when you needed it most. Somewhere right now, another soul waits for the same word, the same hope, the same divine interruption. Your engagement helps it reach them. You become a messenger with heaven, not just a listener of it, chosen one. The story doesn't end here. It expands from here. Take what you've received and carry it into your world. Speak light into your circles. Extend grace to the misunderstood. Walk with the same calm that carried you through this script. Let your life be a sermon that never needs shouting. You are the living echo of heaven's love, proof that divine destiny cannot be denied, delayed, or destroyed. The season of silence has ended. The era of shining has begun. So go walk in peace, stand in purpose, and live as the light you were always meant to be. And as you do, heaven smiles and whispers once more, "Well done, chosen one. You made it home. I won."